so that we do our job with on hot. You understand?
Okay, are you worried about fake news? Fake news is no longer about the citizen journalists who write or verify it. Are you worried that even professional journalists have taken delight in publishing fake news?
Of course, of course. Some people are paid for that. That's what we are talking about, political influence.
So, do you have sanctions for them?
Of course. That's why we have, when I mean, any publication, any broadcast is malicious against you. You know, something that never happened. And our colleague, you know, went out of his way to do a story that is not true. I mean, especially if it becomes something that in the public domain that this thing is not true, the person has a common pants.
The disciplinary arm of the ENUGU, does it still work?
Of course, the Ethics and Disciplinary Committee, its life is as long as the elected executive of that time.
How many people have you tried?
Huh?
How many people have you tried?
We've in the past 2 years, there was
You may not mention the name.
no, there was a report submitted by that Ethics and Disciplinary Committee of our state council here. One report has been submitted, and we are working on it. It has been submitted, and there is a sanction spread out for that person to enjoy, as it were. So,
Okay.
and I thank that committee headed by Comrade Sabasino Kafo. And that's what we do. When they remember that that thing is, sanction is waiting for them at the end of the day, all these unethical behaviors will reduce drastically. They don't go out there to do whatever they want. So we have all these things
Okay.
in place.
Government stranglehold on broadcast organizations. Until I think that one court had just said that the Broadcasting Commission has no right to impose sanctions. I do not know to what extent or that had been brought to your notice about the very extraordinary sanctions that have been given to journalists doing their duties by the NBC. And what's your take as chairman of this stronghold? Either you do a story, government will threaten to revoke your license, pull down your houses. At the time it happened somewhere in your state. Okay? We've not really have it around here, but it's a concern that when you do a credible story, I know one journalist here some time ago, I won't mention names, that did a certain story about cholera in a state, and and the power that be there said he was exposing the state to ridicule. But there was cholera in that state. They wanted that, so the guy suffered, but eventually, so how much of this do you think is affecting our profession? Government control of the broadcast media, government
Undue control.
yeah, by state and all that.
Yeah, there are agencies charged with regulation of practice, but what we are talking about is undue control. Even when it is not the place the government should come and sanction the broadcast station, all this electronic media, they come to do that, just like the story of that cholera report.
Yes.
Actually, there was cholera there.
Yes.
It was objective of that journalist to report that there was cholera.
And the government didn't want people to know that there was cholera in
They
their
are
state.
talking about bringing the image of the state to disrepute. So they are not talking about the alert raised by that journalist for people who are traveling to that state to get themselves prepared very well, so that you shield yourself against that infection. So that is it. That's what we are crying out against. It's not as if it's not good to regulate, Without regulation, there will be indiscriminate acts, in the practice. But they are doing it too much. You know, slamming huge amount of money against broadcast stations that you do not know whether they even have that thing in their coffers to
Okay,
cough out.
I want to talk about professionalism. Maybe because we'll be winding down. I want to talk about professionalism in the profession, and that stems from a lot of many media organizations are employing non-professionals. I'm sorry, that's just that's the reality.
Of course, that is worrisome.
That means there's several quacks in the masquerading as journalists. There's shortage of trained personnel, and because of that, there's a lack of, in most broadcast stations, there's a lack of modern equipment, even in the print. So, how does that worry you?
So worrisome, as I said. Talking about quacks in the system, it is not their fault. It is the fault of the employers. You see employers engaging people in the news and current affairs department or in the editorial department in the print, as the case may be. And these people are not professional journalists, and they are working as a newsmen. So it is these employers that engage them. But what we do, some of them are very smart, they are very brilliant, and they do it manageably. But they don't know what it means to engage the real professionals. In the media houses, it does not mean that you must have all of them journalists, because there are departments. Yeah. But in news and current affairs department in the broadcast, or editorial department in the print, whatever it is, it must be professionals in journalism.
Okay,
so, but they can't they can't find those people.
I'm going to be asking you
within
two questions, and you have just basically a minute to answer them.
Okay.
Is the print dying?
Welcome to Signature TV News. I am Barry Kumar Ado. In the headlines, protest as human and fundamental rights of a people to change harsh condition. Tinubu mourns Onyeka Onwenu. Ohaneze scheduled Igbo Day, others in honor of late Iwanyanwu. An Israeli military claims killing of top Hezbollah commander in Beirut airstrike. Details in a moment. Protest has been identified as a fundamental right of Nigerian citizens to press home their teething needs for government of the day to solve. An ENUGU-based legal practitioner, Chukwunonso Ogbe, stated this on Signature TV morning show titled Legal Implication of a Nationwide Protest slated to hold on August 1st. Ogbe was soberly noted the presence of military officers in strategic places in Enugu metropolis, said that protest is not a crime, being both a fundamental and the human rights guaranteed by Nigerians by their constitution.
I just hope that this forthcoming protest will also not be an opportunity for some law enforcement agents to embark on the reckless violation of the fundamental rights of Nigerian citizens, including subjecting them to inhuman and degrading treatment, because we do come across some embarrassing scenarios whereby soldiers do utilize an opportunity of this nature, in intimidating the citizens. We are in a democracy, in as much as citizens are willing to comport themselves, in a civilized manner, the right to protest is a constitutionally guaranteed fundamental right.
Explain that protest is at levels, pointing out that the government of a day can equally participate in the protest as it borders on needful change that will affect the people they are governing positively.
Reality come tomorrow in protesting, because that's the reality. It may not be a bad idea. You say, fellow Nigerians, I'm protesting with you. I'm the one in charge, but I'm protesting because I don't actually know what's happening. I'm not comfortable with what's going on in the country. So let us protest, and then better still know how to address some of these issues facing us. And from the actions of Mr. President so far, it's like he's already protesting, because when we're talking about protests, it's not only about carrying placards. For instance, some days ago, Mr. President has now authorized the sale of crude to Aliko Dangote, for the crude to be refined here in Nigeria, and for the crude to be sold to him in Naira. That's protest, because initially there was a policy in place that they will not sell to him. So Mr. President has now used his Bible in protest and say, look, whoever has been preventing me from doing this, I'm not going against you. I hereby authorize the sale of crude to him. That's protest. So when we talk about protest, even when we come to TV stations and radio stations to challenge the ills in our society, that's protest. So it's not all about coming out and then carrying placards. No, so the protest should be all encompassing. It should be holistic.
Ogbe was spoken on many national issues, including recent call by the Apex Igbo organization Ohanes Ndibo that people of the zone should distance themselves from the planned protest, said it is a dicey one.
Free to do that. Ohanes has made his position known. In a nutshell, it's left for the Igbos to decide. Those who want to join the protest, they are free to do that. Those who do not want to join, they are free to do that. Ohanes has made his position known.
Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC, Plateau Command, said it will treat anyone wielding weapon as a criminal during a planned nationwide protest. NSCDC Commandant in the state, Alexander Barunde, stated this while addressing officers and men of the command on Wednesday in Jos. Barunde will express the rights of citizens to protest against government policies, however, called on the organizers not to give room for mischief makers to unleash anarchy on the society. He warned that anyone caught hiding under the protest to loot or destroy critical national and private assets will not be spared. Barunde, however, charged officers and men of the corps to respect the rule of law, adhere to ethical standard, and observe human dignity while engaging the protesters. Nigerians across all walks of life have started reacting to the news of the demise of a songstress and artist, Onyeka Onwenu, with many already feeling our loss. Signature TV News correspondent Ndu Okpaneze of Anambra Bureau has an update on that.
Professor of Mass Communication in Sub-Saharan Africa, Stella Okunna, recalled with nostalgia the late music icons' foray into women empowerment and crusade for a better life for all.
I'm dumbfounded. That's the only word to describe what I feel now. Because she was one woman I really admired. I looked, I don't know, I thought she was doing well for womanhood in all ramifications. And she was one woman young women growing up, coming up, we are looking up to for inspiration. And she was inspiring them. It's very unfortunate. So unfortunate.
A university don from Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Oka, Professor Frank Collins, referred to her as the Lady of Songs, regretting that her type were in short supply in society.
I got the news, with great shock. I was so shocked to the extent that I shouted because I knew her to be a very strong woman, elegant, resourceful, beautiful, and, endowed with a lot of talent. So I saw her as a woman we look up to, a woman of substance, and one of the assets of this great nation. So when I heard the news, I felt so shocked. Shut up till now, I have not even realized myself.
A media practitioner, Ifeobi, narrated the shockwaves on receiving the news about Onyeka's death.
I woke up this morning with this sad news. I just opened my phone. The first thing I saw was breaking news. Onyeka Onwenu gone. I felt so sad.
For the head of Department of Mass Communication at Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu University, Gwarian Campus, Professor Angela Nwammụọ, the filtering in of the news that a music stallion, Onyeka Onwenu, was gone was too heavy to bear.
Honestly, when I got this news today, I was shattered. I was shedding tears. I was weeping. I was grieving. Because to me, that was a very big loss to humanity. Not only to Nigerians or to Igbos or, to Southeasterners, but to humanity. I don't know how to describe her, but honestly, we miss and we will continue to miss her.
Another media practitioner that knew the late Onwenu in her early days at ENUGU, Uche Osunkwo, said she prepared herself well for leadership roles in various fields of endeavor. Osunkwo said Onwenu did well in broadcasting and excelled in music.
In fact, I don't know how to describe it because it's a very big loss. I don't know where to start. She's really a figure nationally and as an Igbo woman. Very good. So I'm so touched.
President Bola Tinubu on Wednesday extended his condolences to the family of late Onyeka Onwenu. Onwenu was a singer, songwriter, actor, journalist, activist, and politician, the president said in a statement by his spokesman, Chief Ajuru Ngelale. The president said our edifying and mellifluous rendition, One Love, in the 1990s evoked a fervor of fellowship and harmony. The president recalled the many artistic interventions of a late musical icon in promoting public good. He noted a classic collaboration with King Sunny Ade on Wait for Me, a campaign on family planning in the 1980s. Tinubu celebrated the life of a versatile and extremely gifted artist who applied herself to the whole gamut of artistic enterprise and expression, bringing joy and laughter to many. The president also condoled with the entertainment industry, the Imo State government, and the numerous fans of a departed star over this immeasurable loss, and praised for the repose of his soul of a deceased artist. Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, Nyesom Wike, revealed that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has approved the establishment of a mandate secretariat for youth affairs in the FCT. The FCT minister made the revelation during an interactive engagement with residents of the Buhari and Abuja Municipal Area Council, AMAC, of the FCT, in furtherance of a peace-building process across the FCT in the light of a planned nationwide protest. Addressing residents during the town hall engagement, which was also attended by the Area Council Chairman and heads of the various security agencies in the FCT, Wike recalled that he had earlier promised to present the request for the establishment of mandate secretariat for the youths in the FCT, adding that the President has approved as requested. Reacting to the resolve of the FCT youths to not participate in the planned nationwide protest, the minister commended them for their show of maturity and support for the government, and assured of the continued provision of basic infrastructure to improve the lives of the people. He said the ongoing construction of railroad roads in the satellite towns of the FCT will be completed and commissioned by December this year to improve the lives of the people in the rural areas. The minister equally assured that the perceived issues of injustice and marginalization of indigenous people as highlighted in the course of engagement will be addressed to give the people a sense of belonging in the FCT, and commended them for coming out to express their grievances in a civilized way. The minister further stated that the government of President Tinubu was committed to solving the economic problems in the country and called for patience and understanding of the FCT people. Honorable Ezekiel thanked the FCT minister for his decision to interact with the people at the grassroots level of the FCT and for his promise to also appoint a mandate secretary for youth affairs to ensure the inclusion of youths in decision-making processes in the FCT. Also speaking during the town meeting, the chairman, Buhari Area Council, Honorable John Gabaya, in a similar vein, reiterated the resolve of the youths to embrace dialogue against protest and express the support of the people for the FCT minister. Senator Eta Enang says President Bola Tinubu's directive to the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, to sell crude oil to Dangote refinery in Naira is compliance with the law. Enang, a former senator and lawyer, stated this in an interview on Tuesday. The federal government had on Monday ordered NNPCL to sell crude oil to Dangote and other local refineries in Naira. The ex-lawmaker commended President Tinubu on the step he had taken, describing it as the beginning of a solution to the problems of the country. He said the implication of this directive from the Federal Executive Council and the President is directing to comply with the laws of Nigeria. Enang said the question of petroleum and its products are no longer a matter of economy alone, but a question of national security. According to him, it is good that the President has given directive fast that the crude oil must be sold to Dangote refinery and to other refineries because in times past, the NNPCL had been very interested in selling crude oil to countries abroad. Enang urged Tinubu to probe allegations of corruption in the NNPCL operations and get an emergency team to reform the organization. The federal government has activated a National Emergency Operations Center to coordinate responses and provide timely support to victims of floods and public health concerns. The Director General, National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, Zubaida Umaru, disclosed this at a National Emergency Coordination Forum held on Tuesday in Abuja. The forum brought together stakeholders to review the current flood situation and strengthen mitigation and response strategies across Nigeria. Zubaida said the center would share information, provide timely support to affected areas, collate and analyze flood incident data. She added that the center would ensure that emergency responses were as accurate as possible. Zubaida expressed hope that a step together with those of other stakeholders reduce to the barest minimum the impact of flooding. She emphasized the need for public awareness and proper waste management to mitigate the impact of floods. Omar said a workshop would awaken NEMA to take more proactive measures to save the lives of the citizens and adequately respond in areas that had been affected. On its part, Tron Jensen, head of United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, UN OCHA in Nigeria, commended NEMA for its leadership in disaster preparedness and response. He emphasized the importance of efficient resource use and anticipatory action to address cholera outbreaks and urged collaboration among all stakeholders to enhance emergency response capabilities. Johnson assured the support of his organization and other partners to safeguard the lives of Nigerians and ensure a resilient community. The House of Representatives Committee on Public Assets has queried the Ministry of Finance Incorporated over its decision to spend funds for its operations without budgetary authorization. In a public hearing in Abuja, the committee issued a 7-day ultimatum to the agency to submit all relevant documents on its revenue and expenditure to the committee. The chairman of the committee, Ademori Kuye, berated the agency for alleged reckless expenditure without approved government revenue. He expressed disappointment with Murphy for failing to live up to expectations on its mandate to improve on government revenue. He demanded for a list of the 52 companies in the agency's portfolio with an estimated 18 trillion naira value and over 15,000 employees. In his ruling, Kuye said that the agency had wasted legislative time and demanded that the managing director, Dr. Armstrong Tekang, submit all relevant documents and adjourned hearing to a later date. A former commissioner for higher education in Delta State, John Mrakpo, popularly known as Ada Anyoma, has been abducted by unknown persons. Mrakpo, who is a former member of the Federal House of Representatives, was abducted inside our church during church service. The incident occurred right inside a church located off Delta Broadcasting Service, DBS, in Asaba, Delta State capital city. An eyewitness said there was commotion right inside a church close to police headquarters, DBS Road. Meanwhile, the Delta State Police Command spokesman, SP Bright Edafe, has confirmed the abduction and casualty involved. Speaking on the incident, Edafe said that the command lost one of its officers in the attack. He added that the police command was on the trail of the abductors and will give more details of the incident in due course. Still to come, Nel Fund disposes over 1.1 billion naira loans to 20,000 students. FEMD building staff's capacity to improve productivity, efficient emergency response. These and more stories after this short break. Education Loan Fund, NELFund, says it has disbursed a total of 1.17 billion naira to 20,000 students in 5 of the public tertiary institutions that applied for the loan. Managing Director of NELFund, Akintunde Sawyer, disclosed this at a news conference in Abuja on Wednesday. Sawyer, who said that one more institution will be added to the beneficiaries before the end of the day, noted that NELFund will keep increasing the number based on applications. According to him, the fund is working on reviewing another 100 institutions whose applications had been received. Sawyer said an additional disbursement of 850 million naira will leave NELFund to various institutions due to receive the loans. He also disclosed that a total of 260,000 students had been approved for payment of upkeep loans and their institutions' charges. He said that the upkeep loan and institution charges for each student is 250,000 per annum. However, a student could apply less than the approved amount. Governor Alex Otti says the state government is putting measures in place to ensure that Abia State children have equitable access to quality education regardless of their financial background. Otti said this in Nuvosi, Ishialangwa South local government area when a delegation of the newly inaugurated 8th Governing Council of the Michael Okpara University of Agriculture, Umudike, visited him. He said that government was determined to ensure that every Abia child was exposed to quality education so as to be better equipped to compete with their contemporaries around the world. He further said that the state government considered education very critical to the socio-economic growth of the state, as well as the individual's development, because without education, it probably would not be the governor of Abia. It disclosed that the government allocated 20% of its 2024 budget to education and will diligently implement it for the transformation of the federal government for reconstituting the university's governing council, describing the members as people of integrity committed to set goals. It promised to support the council, saying that the institution could be described as an extension of the state's property, given that it equally serves the interest of the state. Reactions have continued to pour in connection with the recent passing on of Chief Emmanuel Iwanyao and Senator Ifeanyi Ubah. The latest is coming in from a former governor of Anambra State and the first female governor in Nigeria, Dame Virgie Etiaba. Dame Etiaba had, in a heartfelt tribute personally penned to the two Igbo sons, lauded and recounted their impact, but also lamenting that their deaths have left a huge vacuum. She further revealed that late Senator Oba was a student back then at Okongu Memorial Grammar School, Nnewi, also describing him as a dedicated parliamentarian and exemplary leader. She said throughout his life, Senator Oba never forgot the fact he was a student. According to her, the death most definitely represents a significant loss to our great people of Nnewi Ancient Kingdom of Anambra State and Nigeria in general. While still describing it as a life most sadly cut short in its prime, the former governor enthused that we must take solace in the excellent way he impacted on the lives of many untouchable beneficiaries of our people, for whom the most distinguished senator, Ifeanyi Ubah, lived. Going further, Dame Etiaba described the late Ohanese President General, Chief Iwayan, as a committed public servant and dedicated advocate of the Igbo cause, adding that he would be so dearly missed. The Ohanese Igbo Worldwide, an apex Igbo social-cultural organization, says it's keeping all activities in honor of the late President General of Ohanese Igbo, Chief Emmanuel Iwayan. The National Secretary of the Ohanese Igbo, Chief Oke Emoche, disclosed this to newsmen on Tuesday in ENUGU after an emergency National Executive Committee NEC meeting of the organization. Emoche said that the NEC members were also at the national headquarters to sign a condolence register in honor of the late Iwayan, adding, "Indeed, a huge Iroko has fallen." According to him, this is coming to them less than 2 years after they lost Ambassador George Obiozor, the former President General. The National Secretary said that the organization was in touch with the family, adding that the Central Burial Committee will be established very soon. Emuche described Iwayan as a rare human being, a leader with a large heart, a philanthropist, an engineer of repute, a sportsman, and a media man. He directed all state and diaspora secretariats of Ohanese Igbo to open condolence books so that people could write and convey whatever thoughts and prayers they have for the departed President General. The Igbo leader, Iwayan, died on Thursday, July 25, after a brief illness in Abuja. The Federal Capital Territory Emergency Management Department, FEMD, says it's building the capacity of its members of staff to improve their productivity and ensure efficient emergency response in the territory. The Acting Director General of the department, Florence Menigeme, said during the training in Abuja on Tuesday that the goal was to improve the quality of the emergency management and response. Menigeme said that the training on public policy and leadership was designed to equip the staff with requisite skills in line with the current realities in public service. She added the capacity building program was designed for staff on grade level 8 to 13 to be abreast of modern work ethics and innovations in the public service. This, according to her, would enable the workers to be efficient and effective in handling assigned tasks, which in the long run would improve the quality of emergency service delivery in the department. She said her training focused on the rudiment of administration, public service principles, character disposition, basic administrative functions, as well as values and imperatives, among other areas. Also speaking, the Acting Director of Administration, Aziz Kadiri, said the training would enable FEMD staff to recommit to civil service. Kadiri identified professionalism, accountability, and transparency as the hallmarks of effective service delivery. The Kaduna State Government has unveiled its 10-year climate change policy to tackle the impact of climate change. Governor Obasani unveiled the policy at the inauguration of a state's climate change policy and position statement on Wednesday in Kaduna. According to him, the policy goal is to promote low-carbon, climate-resilient, gender-responsive, and sustainable socio-economic development in the state. He said the policy would also guide the government's decision on public education, monitoring systems, sustainable development initiatives, as well as prepare the state for future climate challenges. Sani called on all the citizens to support the policy for its effective implementation for a climate-resilient state. Earlier in his remark, Balarabe Abbas, Minister of Environment, commended the state's dedication to environmental sustainability. He emphasized the need for a multi-stakeholder approach involving government agencies, the private sector, academia, and civil society organizations to drive sustainable solutions. Abbas urged all stakeholders to embrace the support the new policy and set an agenda for other states in Nigeria and beyond. The Lagos State government has said that consideration will be made in future budgets with respect to infrastructural development to cater for the increasing population of the state. State Commissioner for Economic Planning and Budget, Okpe George, said this at a stakeholders consultative forum to seek the residents' input in the state's 2025 budget. George said at the forum was to update stakeholders on the state 2024 budget performance for the first half of the year. He added that the forum was aimed to inform stakeholders about the government's plans ahead. The Commissioner said that Lagos State has been able to contain the pressure from migration by continually growing its internally generated revenue, IGR. He further said that the state remained committed to the welfare of residents. The Commissioner said that plans are being made to give loans to groups in order to redistribute wealth at the grassroots. He said that a lot of what was encompassed into the planning process for 2024 would be given priority in 2025 budget as well. Stakeholders in the health sector on Tuesday identified a critical role of self-testing and point-of-care in vitro diagnostics, POC IVDs, in enhancing disease diagnosis and control in Nigeria. The stakeholders made a call at a one-day summit in Abuja tagged Community Engagement in Diagnosis of ATM and Hepatitis in Nigeria, the place of self-test and point-of-care in vitro diagnosis. The convener of the summit, Dr. Ali Onoja, Chief Executive Officer, African Health Project, highlighted the transformative potential of self-testing and POC IVDs in bridging healthcare gaps. According to him, empowering communities in self-testing and POC IVDs will significantly enhance disease surveillance, diagnosis, treatment, and prevention efforts. It disclosed that the African Health Project has conducted operational research on the preferences and acceptability of blood-based and oral-based HIV self-testing in Nigeria. He explained that the study revealed high acceptability and accuracy for both testing methods, with significant preference variations across different states. He identified key recommendations from the study to include a comprehensive education campaign, enhanced training for healthcare workers, streamlined testing procedures, and increased accessibility and affordability of self-testing kits. These measures, according to him, will bolster Nigeria's healthcare system and ensure it meets the needs of all Nigerians, especially the most at risk and hard-to-reach populations. Also, Dr. Chigozie Ujam, Deputy Director, National Agency for the Control of AIDS, NACA, commended the African Health Project and other organizations for organizing the summit. He said that NACA was working with stakeholders to create an enabling environment for initiatives that could get many people on treatment, beginning with testing, treatment, and achieving viral suppression. Federal government has flagged off building construction for livestock veterinary services in ENUGU for the Southeast Zone to link up both the public and private veterinary officers for improved food supply in Nigeria. The nationwide coordinator of livestock productivity and resilience support project, Sanusi Abubakar, said this on Signature TV morning show. Abubakar explained that the project is a World Bank assisted project, adding that it is targeted at improving the productivity of livestock and value chain.
It's a World Bank project that is aimed at improving productivity, commercialization, and resilience of livestock value chain generally. It's a livestock, it's a World Bank project, as I said earlier. It's in 20 states in Nigeria, and ENUGU is one of the states that we are operating. We have some commitment and readiness criteria which the states have to fulfill for it to be in the project. And ENUGU have done that already since last year, and they have their disbursement, and they have kicked off the implementation in earnest, and with the commitment of His Excellency, the State Governor, and the support, the project is on the right track, and implementation is ongoing.
Up ahead, Ghana's Mahama says it will renegotiate IMF deal if it regains presidency. Palestinians protest across West Bank over assassination of Hamas chief. Stay with us. Former Ghanaian President John Dramani Mahama would seek to renegotiate the terms of an International Monetary Fund bailout and boost local ownership of future oil and mining projects should he regain the presidency in December. Mahama, who was in office from 2012 to 2016, will be the main challenger to the ruling party's candidate, Vice President Mahamudu Bawumia, and has a good chance of winning, given that a severe economic crisis has made the government unpopular.
I've been in an IMF program before when I was president, and I know that the IMF is not averse, to sitting and talking and renegotiating. The majority of the bailout money has been allocated to before 2025. And so are we going to renegotiate the bailout and make sure that some more money is added, even in the time when we're going to go into debt repayment? IMF's projection is that the economy will start growing sufficiently to be able to cater for that. But still growth is being sluggish. I think that we are at the upper range of taxes on profit. And so I do not think that new taxes are intended for that industry. But I do think that in some cases, the level at which we locked in the royalties is low. But we're not going to tear up agreements, because of that. We would discuss in an amicable way. We want Ghana to continue to be an attractive destination for investment in the extractive sectors.
Ghana defaulted on most of its $30 billion external debt in 2020 after the effects of years of overstretched borrowing were exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic, the knock-on impacts of the war in Ukraine, and higher global interest rates. The oil, gold, and cocoa producers secured a $3 billion IMF bailout in May 2023, and in June this year, it reached separate deals with bilateral and commercial creditors to restructure its debts and freeze repayments until next year. The IMF has already disbursed $1.56 billion, with another $360 million due by December. But Mahama said it would seek additional IMF funds to allow Ghana to resume the debt repayments as he deemed economic growth too sluggish. Turning to oil and mining, Mahama said that if elected, he will respect existing production contracts with private companies and will not seek to raise taxes, but will aim for higher royalties from future projects.
It gives us the opportunity every 4 years to make a change. And the time has come for us to make that change. The time has come for us to reset Ghana. And I believe that 4 years is enough to do the reset of Ghana.
He also talked about seeking higher stakes for the Ghanaian state in future projects through the Minerals, Income and Investment Fund, a sovereign wealth fund. Mahama ascended from a vice presidency to the presidency in 2012 when John Evans Arthur Mills died in office. Mahama won his own mandate in a presidential election a few months later. As president, Mahama invested heavily in infrastructure but drew criticisms over power shortages, macroeconomic instability and allegations of political corruption. Though it was not personally tainted, critics of the NPP say those trends have continued or worsened under Akufo-Addo's administration. At this weekend's campaign launch in his native city of Tamale, Mahama addressed thousands of jubilant supporters dressed in the NDC's red, white, black and green.
We don't get food to eat. Eating is very hard. How to eat is very hard. How to pay bills, electricity and water bill is very hard. How to feed our family is very hard. We have children. This is my wife. I can't give job money. I can't feed myself to give job money. We can't pay our school children's fees.
Ghana is one of Africa's most stable democracies with a history of peaceful transfers of power. No party has ever won more than 2 consecutive terms in government. However, the last election was marred by opposition accusations that the government used the advantages of office to unfairly influence the outcome, which it denied. The China media group CMG hosted a dialogue on global cooperation opportunities brought by China's reforms in Egypt's capital, Cairo, on Tuesday. As one of the cultural exchange events to mark the China-Egypt Year of Partnership, the dialogue was co-organized by CMG, the Egyptian Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities, and the Chinese Embassy in Egypt. The deputy head of the public department of the Communist Party of China, CPC, Central Committee and President of CMG, Chen Angjong, said at the event that CMG is willing to strengthen further exchanges and cooperation with people from all walks of life in Egypt, deepen mutual learning of civilizations, and consolidate and expand the high-quality cooperation between the two countries, deepening reform, cultural and people-to-people exchanges. Egypt's Minister of Tourism and Antiquities, Sherif Fati, said that China's comprehensive deepening reform policy will provide more possibilities for expanding mutually beneficial cooperation among countries in the world. Hussein Zen, chairman of Egypt's National Media Authority, said that the pragmatic cooperation between Egypt and China has not only been limited to the fields of politics, economy and culture, but also has achieved remarkable results in media exchanges. Chinese ambassador to Egypt, Liu Lingquang, said by holding a series of cultural exchange activities under the framework of a partnership year, the mutual understanding and traditional friendship between the two peoples will be further deepened. The dialogue highly appreciated the far-sighted and overreaching decisions adopted at the third plenary session of the 20th CPC Central Committee to further comprehensively deepen reform and promote Chinese modernization. It foresees that China's further comprehensive deepening of reforms will surely inject valuable certainty into the world, create more development opportunities, and inject more Chinese vitality into the common development and prosperity of mankind. Israel's army on Tuesday launched an airstrike on the southern suburb of Lebanese capital Beirut and claimed to have killed its military commander, Fuad Shoko, who was allegedly behind a cross-border rocket attack that killed 12 youngsters in Israeli-controlled Golan Heights on Saturday. Hezbollah, a Lebanese militant group and political party, did not immediately confirm Shoko's condition, while Lebanese media reports had earlier said the attack had missed the commander. A strong blast was heard in the Lebanese capital late on Tuesday, and video footage subsequently posted on social media showed mass destruction of a residential building with rubble scattered in the streets. According to the Lebanese Health Ministry, 4 have been killed, including at least 1 woman and 2 children, and 74 people were injured in the attack in the area around Hezbollah's Shura Council. A Chinese media group CMG reporter in Beirut said Israeli drone struck a residential. In a press release, the IDF blamed Shoko for being behind a deadly rocket attack on Saturday that hit a football pitch in Magdal Shams, a Druze town in Israeli-occupied Golan Heights, saying that the commander was responsible for the majority of Hezbollah's most advanced weaponry and also accusing him of planning and execution of terror attacks against the State of Israel. The assassination of Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh was condemned as brutal and painful during an Iranian cabinet meeting on Wednesday. The assassination took place early on Wednesday morning in Iran, Palestinian militant group Hamas and Tehran said, drawing threats of revenge on Israel in a region already shaken by the war in Gaza and a deepening conflict in Lebanon. Haniyeh, normally based in Qatar, has been the face of Hamas international diplomacy as the war set off by the Hamas-led attack on Israel on October 7 has raged in Gaza. He has been taking part in international brokered indirect talks on reaching a ceasefire in the Palestinian enclave. Iran's Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei said Israel had provided the grounds for harsh punishment for itself, and it was Tehran's duty to revenge the Hamas leader's death, as it had occurred in the Iranian capital. Iranian forces had already made strikes directly on Israel earlier in the Gaza war. Iran's foreign minister expressed its condolences over the killing of Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran, Iranian media reported on Wednesday. A military spokesman said Haniyeh's death will strengthen the deep and unbreakable bond between the Islamic Republic of Iran and their Palestine and the resistance. The Hamas leader was killed in Tehran in the early hours of Wednesday. He was in the Iranian capital for the inauguration of Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian on Tuesday. Iran will defend its territorial integrity, dignity, honor, and pride, and will make the terrorist occupiers regret their cowardly act of assassinating Haniyeh, Pezeshkian said on Wednesday. Palestinians gathered in various parts of the West Bank to protest the killing of Hamas chief Ismail Haniyeh in Iran's capital Tehran on Wednesday. Haniyeh, who lived mainly in Gulf Arab state of Qatar, was a tough-talking face of Hamas international diplomacy as war raged back in Gaza, where 3 of his sons were killed earlier this year by an Israeli airstrike. Haniyeh had led the militant group since 2017 and had moved between Qatar and Turkey. There are fears that his killing could be the biggest obstacle to peace since Hamas triggered Gaza's war with an attack on Israel on October 7, and has also stoked jitters about a wider, more complex Middle East war as Lebanon's Iran-backed Hezbollah and Israel trade fire over their border. Spain's weather agency, EMET, declared large swaths of the eastern half of the country at extreme risk of wildfires on Wednesday, as the third heat wave of the summer was set to peak, and firefighters battled blazes overnight in the provinces of Cuenca and Alicante. 2 towns near Valladolid in the province of Cuenca were confined in order to prevent residents from inhaling smoke. The Benasol in Alicante province, about 300 people were evacuated from a nearby town as a preventive measure on Tuesday, Spanish national broadcaster said. Emergency services reported a favorable evolution of the wildfire in Benasol on Wednesday morning, but warned the wind could complicate things if it picked up. EMET said Wednesday would see the temperature in many parts of the country surpassing 40 degrees centigrade. A large crowd of anti-Muslim protesters clashed with police on Tuesday in northern English town, where 3 girls were stabbed to death and 5 other children critically wounded during an attack on a Taylor Swift-themed event on Monday. The horrific stabbing incident in Southport, a quiet seaside town north of Liverpool, has shocked the nation. Police said it was not linked to terrorism and that the suspect was born in the UK. Yet, far-right groups have stoked speculation that a teenage suspect was involved with Islam, and police said Tuesday's violence erupted when several hundred people began to throw items at a mosque. Police linked the crowd to the English Defence League, a group which has sometimes staged violent demonstrations against Islam. Police vehicles were damaged and set alight. Officers were pelted with bricks and large garbage containers. A 17-year-old male is currently in police custody on suspicion of murder and attempted murder after the bloody rampage at a Taylor Swift yoga and dance workshop, a summer vacation event for children aged 6 to 11. Witnesses described the attack as being like a scene from a horror film. In addition to the 3 deaths, 8 children suffered stab wounds, 5 of them, and 2 adults who had tried to protect them remain in critical condition. Germany has summoned China's ambassador over a 2021 cyber attack on the Federal Cartography Agency, BKG. State-controlled Chinese cyber actors infiltrated the BKG's network for espionage purposes, German Foreign Ministry spokesperson Sebastian Fischer said on Wednesday, adding that the German government had summoned China's ambassador. Fischer said the attack was directed against a state structure that fulfills an important function for a large number of state and private sector institutions, including the critical infrastructure sector. Based on information from its intelligence services, Germany was able to attribute responsibility for the cyber attack to Chinese state actors. Canada's appeal against their soccer team's point deduction at Paris Games amid a drone scandal was dismissed by the Court of Arbitration for Sports, CAS, said on Wednesday. Canada were docked 6 points, while coach Bev Prestman and officials Joseph Lobande and Jasmine Manda were banned from any soccer-related activity for 1 year by FIFA after New Zealand complained that Canadian staff flew drones over the training sessions before their opening match. CAS said in a statement that the application filed by the Canadian Olympic Committee and Canada Soccer in relation to the 6-point deduction imposed on the Canadian women's soccer team for the football tournament at the Olympic Games, Paris 2024, has been dismissed. Simone Biles clinched a 5th Olympic gold medal as she made a triumphant return to the women's gymnastics team final at the Paris Games on Tuesday, reinforcing her status as one of the world's greatest athletes just 3 years after withdrawing from the same event at the Tokyo Games. With the crowd rallying behind Biles and her teammates in the absence of a French team that failed to qualify for the final, the United States finished with a total of 171.296, an impressive 5.802 points ahead of second-place Italy. When the Italians won the first women's Olympic team medal since the 1928 Olympics, an incredible high-flying vote by Rebecca Aldrade landed Brazil the bronze, the first ever medal in the discipline. Defending champions New Zealand underlined their status as women's rugby powerhouse when they won the Olympic 7 golds, but they were pushed all the way to the 1912 win by a Canadian team who had stunned Australia in the semi-finals. The United States earlier won the country's first medal in the women's or men's Olympic. Sevens were the last play score to stun Australia 14-12 and take the bronze. France prevailed 94-90 against Japan in the men's Group B Olympics basketball clash after their opponents held true to their team motto, "Shock the World," by giving Le Blues a run for their money in a heart-stopping match. The teams were neck and neck for nearly the entire 4 quarters at Pierre Monroe Stadium, with Japan ahead until French point guard Mathieu Strazel scored 4 points to tie the game at 84-84 with 10 seconds on the clock, sending it into overtime. That's the news this hour. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Thanks for watching.
Ada Good morning. Welcome to this beautiful day. It's Wednesday, the 31st day in the month of July, 2024. Welcome to the Signature Mornings. As always, it's going to be a beautiful day, and I hope it is beautiful out there too. Charles is my name. You're welcome.
And I'm Jomalina John.
So Nigerians are waking up to a very, very sad news. The death of Onyeka Onwenu. He has, when I received that news, it was quite shocking. So many things ran through my head. I thought about her music. I thought about the circumstances surrounding her death. I mean, she just went for a gathering, even performed at the gathering. And while she walked over to sit down, she slumped and passed. Apparently, she didn't pass at the time she was sitting down, but she was rushed to the Reddington Hospital in Lagos. At the hospital, that was where she was confirmed dead. She was aged 72. 72 is a long time, to spend on earth. But then again, you never know when death comes. Something I always say is that whatever you do on earth, make sure that you create things that would outlive you. If there's one thing that I know, Onyeka Onwenu will never be forgotten because her songs are evergreen.
It's been, it's actually heart-wrenching of some sort, waking up this morning to realize that, one of Nigeria's legend, in her kind, in her space, has moved on to another world. It's something we're just trying to get over. And just yesterday we talked about, was it yesterday, Ifeanyi Uba's death, and Iwayan before that. It's just in procession. I don't know how this is happening, but hey, it's upon us, like I always say, and we believe that those of them that, her family members will have the fortitude to bear the loss. Nigerians at large, like my child said, she cannot be forgotten. Her music resonates in our head forever. It's still Signature Morning. If you're in New York watching us from New York, it's past 3 a.m. where you are. Here in Nigeria, it's past 8 a.m. and we're diving in straight. We have a whole lot lined up today. It's wanted to be gloomy, but hey, cheer up. It's another day. He said it's 31st of July, 2024. You can never have another 31st of July in 2024. So maximize, make the utmost use of it. Remember I said yesterday, kindness is one of the things that defines a great soul. So be great today.
All right, we're headed for a short break. When we return, we'll get onto the front pages this morning. Do stay with us.
Good morning once again. It's still the Signature Morning on Signature TV. I always want to remind you, don't forget to follow us on all our social media handles at Signature TV on Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook. And on YouTube, we are at Signature TV. Just go and subscribe. We are always live. Right now, we are diving straight into the newspaper headlines. And we're starting first with the Nigerian Tribune. And we have federal government declares prisons red zone.
Okay, it has a rider. IGP advises against streets processions, holds virtual meeting with Falana, Adeboruwa, others. Court restricts protesters to Freedom Park, Peace Park in Lagos. Soldiers, police, DSS, others in show of force in Ibadan. Handle protest with caution to avoid repetition of NSARS. Anglican primate tells security forces. Niger Delta stakeholders distance region from plan. Protests have diminished our country, says Kenyan bishop.
2 policemen killed as kidnappers invade church, abduct former commissioner in Delta.
Arik Air kicks as Kenyamo orders grounding of fleets. That's on page 3 of the Tribune.
And on page 8, yes, court dismisses Otom's suit against Benue government.
Jokonde Memorial Lecture, How Media Can Survive Current Changing Landscape. Media chiefs speak.
Nation's crude oil daily production of 1.6 million barrels to hit 2 million by December, NMPCL. That's on page 7.
On the Business Times this morning, global commerce going through troubling times, says DGWTO. Says future of trade lay in services, digitalization and green economy.
Why federal government palliatives will not address food inflation, are Greek experts.
MFB deposits surge by 168% as assets value hits 2.79 trillion naira.
FG pledges to promote farmers' soil health card. FG pledges to promote farmers' soil health card scheme.
On page 2 of the Business Times, agri experts speak why federal government's palliatives will not address food inflation.
And urgent action needed to address food inflation.
All right, on the Daily Times newspaper this morning, just above the masts, Interpol launches silver notices against money laundering. That's on page 16 of the Daily Times.
Stalemate as organizers reject IGP's no street procession offer, on page 2 with the rider. Thugs threaten Lagos protesters as court confines demonstrations to parks. Nigerian Correctional Service declares custodial centers red zones.
Former Delta Commissioner kidnapped inside church. Police orderly shot dead, others injured.
CSO's kick. Petition NJC over indiscriminate release of detained kidnappers.
Shelve your action in Nigeria's interest. Speaker appeals to protests planners.
And moving over to the Punch. On hardship protests. Security agencies occupy Abuja venue as Inspector General IG organizers disagree. Soldier, rider, soldier, police in show of force nationwide. Court restrict Lagos protests to 2 venues.
All right. Fuel crisis may end as vessels burst in Lagos, as on page 28.
Yeah, I guess we'll move on to Daily Trust. Organizers meet IGP, insist on street protest with the rider. Federal government declares custodial centers and red zone. Tinubu needs support to actualize policies. Shetima. That's Daily Trust.
Over to the This Day newspaper above the mast. Senate Tinubu's lifeline to Dangote refinery on crude supply by NNPC will strengthen Naira.
Obagbene advocates law to protect intellectual property in Nigeria media and creative industries.
Over to the Nation newspaper above the mast. Customs suspends import duties on essential food items.
And something funny, okay, on one of the pages in the Nation, court restricts protesters to freedom. Peace parks in Lagos, with the rider judge orders police to protect protesters. Bishop don't follow Kenya route.
Anyways, I'm sure that this is part of the ways that they are trying to just contain what they feel that may happen on the 1st or through to the 10th. The NSAS campaign wasn't this elaborate before the protest started. It was just immediate, like abrupt. It just started. So I'm wondering, this type of protest that has been,
The organizational level, the plans in place. I guess when we get to the review, we'll do justice to that.
Absolutely.
Yes, and still on the Nation, brace for more floods. NEMA warns Nigerians. That's on page 25.
80,000 apply for 110 billion naira youth investment fund within 72 hours.
Okay, on 26, INEC ready with a do voter list.
Look at this. EFCC grills Nakon boss over 90 billion naira Hajj fund.
When you want to reboot hope that has been down, you need a bit of time, and we are on the right step. All the avenues of engagement and dialogue should be explored before a nationwide protest. Tunji Ojo.
Tunji Ojo. That name sounds familiar. Isn't that the same guy who they accused of using his company to, get some contracts within the same governments? I'm wondering what right does he really have to speak about protest hardship? I mean, we're talking to the tune of, I think, around 500 million.
Yes.
So.
Anyway, moving over to the Daily Independent. And on the Daily Independent, organizers IGP Egbetokun disagree on confined protest. Protesters ask IGP for details of officers to protect them. Court restrict protests in Lagos to Freedom Peace Parks. Hoodlums threaten to deal with protesters in Lagos. Why would hoodlums?
Well, I mean, there's so many sides to this particular protest, so many sides to it. I've seen people threaten security officers that if they ever try to do anything to protesters, they were going to go after the security officer. I've also seen people say a lot of things. Security officers also say the same thing, more like threatening the protesters. At some point, we heard the IGP say there shouldn't be protests. The FCT minister says Abuja is not even available for protesters. Then later on, you start hearing, oh, well, people can protest, but they should be restricted to this thing. IGP came back and said, you know what, there's curfew. As soon as it is 4:30, 5 o'clock, go back home. So there's this somersault of thoughts coming up from the federal government. It's never been coordinated, really.
The reviewer yesterday, that's Mr. Chris Maduka, said it seemed like the government is talking from both sides of their mouths. One time they're saying protest, another time. Now it seems from speculations now have it that those of them that might want to attack protesters or officers, police guys who have been assigned to protect protesters, are people that have been sent to sabotage the protests. And hoodlums are now coming out to say, yes, we are going to be after you. So those hoodlums, are they not Nigerians?
There's a post I saw on social media. It says some people are protesting against the planned protests. And so you wonder, who are those protesting against the planned protests? Asari Dokubo only yesterday said that the South, the Niger Delta region is not available for protest. That if you have the right to protest, that he himself has the right to resist protest. It's the first time I'm hearing that. Because, according to the Constitution, what we have is a right to peaceful protest. But I don't think it includes the right to basically resist protest. So I'm just wondering what he meant by that. I just hope that it doesn't, dovetail into chaos in the Niger Delta.
And still on the Daily Independent, Federal government declares custodial centers red zones, warns protesters not to go close.
Tinubu, Uzodinma, Abiodun, Oni seek unity of southern monarchs.
Rep Speaker asks protesters to shelve action in nation's interest.
All right. ACF says that's Iowa Consultative Forum on the page 7 says why we can't join planned nationwide protests.
And on the Vanguard protests, organizers list convergence points for rallies. Falana, Adebolana, MBA to lead meeting with IGP. IGP orders DIG, AIG, CPs to provide protection for protesters. Court restricts protests in Lagos to Freedom Peace Parks. We have a thinking not bad government presidency. Federal government declares prisons red zones, warns against attempted violations. Banks others ask workers to be vigilant as ASSBIFI expresses concerns. Hashtag NSAS horror must not recut. Anglican primate begs security agencies respond properly to Nigerians' demands. Catholic bishop tells Tinubu with a whole lot of others. LP Lagos Patriot pull out of protest.
All right, still on the Vanguard, federal government hands over 400 CNG kits to transporters in 4 states. Still on the Vanguard, federal government suspends duty on rice, flour, other essential food items.
And on page 9, learn from Kenya's bitter experience, Bishop warns.
So a certain bishop in Kenya is warning Nigerians that, look, Kenya is now not peaceful because it's a daily protest. And online, I followed the conversation on Twitter, specifically on Twitter. President Ruto is practically doing spaces every single day just to talk to the youth and calm them down. And this hasn't actually yielded any result. I'm not sure how much of that is yielding result, but they've been asking him questions. He has been responding to them. Certain moves that he's been also making have been actually from that particular space. If you go online now, you would see him. He's hosting a space on Twitter. And I personally think that's exactly what the government should be doing. Like maybe the president himself hosting a space, listening to the people of Nigeria, their plight, what they're facing. At least let there be a semblance of, listening person who we have elected as president. But that hasn't happened. I mean, we see a lot of people making speeches. Governors will say something different. The minister will say something different. Another minister will come and say totally different. Just very huge discordant tones that we're hearing from the government.
Charles, it does seem like we're in a world of protest. Because even just yesterday, they were protesting in Venezuela against fraud. And there were tear gas all over. People were running helter-skelter. It was not a good sight, So this issue of protest, it's something, I think people generally are aggrieved and don't like the outcome of what some leaders or what government is giving them. I know that it might be difficult to please people, but sometimes there is a way to strike a balance. I always want to say, let's leave it for the review.
Right. For Venezuela, it was 51% to 49%. And they said that he actually rigged that election. And guess what? The president ran away from the palace. Like, you can't see that crowd headed towards you and stay in the palace. He ran away. He's nowhere to be found right now. So that is the power of the people, especially when they unite.
Or you feel the world is coming to an end? You never could tell.
You never can tell.
So still on our newspaper review, I think the last one we're taking for today is from the Vanguard. It says that Nigeria's Bonny Light price drops to $79 per barrel, lowest in 7 weeks.
Indeed. Let's head over to the review of the headlines on our front pages this morning. Chris Maduka joins us. Good morning. Good to have you. Thank you. On the last day in the month of July,
Yes.
2024.
We're grateful to God. We thank God for a day that is bright and early. Just that the sad news of the demise of Onyeka Onwenu,
The stallion.
the Nigerian crooner, followed her as a young person from the first day Sonny Okosun launched her on a Nigerian Television Authority with her first album to this day and what she has tried to do. She's somebody who has moved higher from her art of music to being also humanitarian and caring about the welfare of her people. We miss her. And like I said, this is death too many for southeastern Nigeria, and we ask God, please have mercy upon us. And we pray for the peaceful repose of the soul of Onyeka Onwenu. Onyeka, my sister, may the angels of heaven sing you to sleep. We'll miss you.
Amen.
That's it. That's how the cookie crumbles. And like my mom will always say, whenever there's a death, somebody dies, the person who even is mourning the dead is a dead person. It's just a matter of time. Now, you have so much in your basket. I don't know where you want us to start.
So much.
Can we actually start with this organizers, this protest, and the fact that hoodlums are actually there to fight protesters, or like say, what's it called, the officers.
Thank you. It started
and there are people who are also protesting
against the
protest.
You have right. That's why it's constitutional that you have right to protest. Yeah. And now, if hoodlums, you are looking and said the organizers of hunger and hardship, initially there was this propaganda that they are faceless, and they came out and gave you your demands, asking you for police protection, and you want to circle them to Peace Freedom Square, or whatever kind of square, when these people do not trust you. When they assembled with Nigerian flag at a toll gate in Lagos, and they didn't move beyond that point, singing national anthem, Nigerian army were deployed to shoot at them, young, blooded Nigerians, the light of the nation, and they died. And the thing is that this time they told you that they want to protest again. You say, come, let's cocoon you into a corner, and you protest there. So what kind of protest is that? So if I beat you and you want to cry and I not give you the tone, no, Choma, if you want to cry and I've beaten you, so if you want to cry, don't cry, just cry. I'm dictating even how you want to cry. So why the venue? What we're thinking now is to provide, if they've given you their route, provide security on those routes and ensure, let there be agreement. If you have released your route, let there be no defaulting of what you have released. Look through it very well so that you enable us to provide security for you.
Mr. Chris,
that would have been, let me show. And then somebody is warning the protesters, they call themselves hoodlums. If the government of Lagos State said they don't know who hoodlums are, and let me tell you the history of Lagos State, government of Lagos State subsequently, from the days of Tinubu as governor of Lagos, deal with hoodlums, they are liars. That has become an institution in Lagos. Because if you are in the street of Lagos, these liars have constituted themselves into an institution. These are the people who, when they talk, everybody will start catching cold. So when they have come now, the government is pretending and keeping quiet. Why has government not counted and warned them? That the hoodlums are warning the protesters. Let me tell you, when there's an elder in the house and allow goat to deliver on the ropes, that is any elder that pretends he doesn't know how to dig the ground, it's total you're telling lies to yourself, and they will ricochet back to everybody. Everybody will pay for it. That is thing that are running around cheating. Is at this time we expect transparency let them be very transparent in dealing with this issue. Because you are free to join. They've not even gone around and said everybody must join. The organizers said they are just leading. They've just told Nigerian way things are hard. If they come out, fine. If they don't come out, fine. But for the government to be talking from every time, talking, and even the hoodlums are joined. Who are these hoodlums? They are government sponsored, and I beat my chest to say it. To come out in the newspaper, and some the newspaper took their report and addressed the nation that are warning the protesters, and they address them as hoodlums. I think the madman has taken over the asylum.
I want you to help us narrow this expand sheet on it. You know, people protesting against the protesters, because what we understand, the protest is against hardship and hunger. Yeah. Now, those people protesting against hunger, that means they are not hungry and they don't
That's
have...
the logic. That's the logic. But only time will tell. You can't beat your chest and say all Nigerians are suffering hardship. Some people are benefiting from the situation. You can't say that if you are remotely related to anybody in Nigerian government, whether at the state, even at the local government level, that you are suffering. Because you are living an average life. And Nigerians have lived average life as when you have middle class, as people who are well-to-do over time. Why it became an issue, an emergency, is that successively the middle class who hold the fabric of this nation were destroyed totally. If you are not here, you are here. So there's no middle ground. And that's why we have hardship. People are crying. And then it's going to continue for some time. That's what I'm telling you. So I still see discordant tunes. People are being paid. We have seen viral video of people throwing rice. Somebody described it as 2 cups of rice wrapped and they throwing in the street, causing traffic. Some people line up, viral video, where people line up and are collecting 5,000, not to protest. So, at least, I said, even if this is what the protests achieved, some people have used this pressure to get something. This 5,000 naira wouldn't have come. The people throwing rice in the street wouldn't have come. The promise of bringing a bag of rice from 80,000, 90,000 to 40,000 naira wouldn't have come. The president declaring that he's cutting down his salary by 50% and he's shelving the office of the first lady, and so many other things wouldn't have come. The people at the high level of National Assembly wouldn't have reduced their salary by half for 6 months. Even if these things are not concrete and can hold, just like every Nigerian does not trust all these things, then they are making statements. Because what I hate in Nigeria before now is that Nigerian politicians look at the Nigerians eyeball to eyeball, and tell them lies. They don't even think, creative lies. So they're not doing anything for us. If you care about Nigerians, you even think about lies you tell them. But Nigerians do not. Let me give an instance. Is this the same country that the government looked at the eyes of Nigerians and said, the helicopter carrying the vice president crashed because the previous government used it for 16 years without servicing it. We went home and dry. This is the same country. I don't want to talk about present lies, because nobody will say I'm criticizing anybody. But we keep telling the uncreative lies. So meaning our politicians are not even working. Because if you sleep and say, what do I tell these people? That's enough work. You think about the lies. But you wake up after bouts of whiskey and hot drinks. Wake up in the morning tipsy, and you just face anywhere and talk anything. Hardship and hunger protest is telling us that time of holiday is over.
How much of the influence of the NSAS campaign or NSAS protests is influencing this particular protest?
That's why the organizers are not taking anything for granted. They're not even taking any promise. You don't promise them and cocoon them to a corner. The last time they didn't go to a corner, they were marching the streets on their own. People attacked them. It blew into another thing and they were shot and killed. As we are talking now, It was only last few weeks ago they said they are paying 2 million naira to some people. What happened to those ones who were shot, died, and were killed, and nobody knows? What happened to some of them that are still in prison? Have they released them? I was looking at a viral video of Sani addressing even the president when he said, "We all learned about protest from you, Mr. President." So if you know what the best you do, make sure that all those who protested during the EndSARS that are still in prison, please release them. It's what you taught us, because you are father of all protest. And he mentioned many times in Nigeria where our present president has led protests. So this is his own turn. The way he handled it. And all the time he protested, nobody shot at him. Nobody put the police to go and pour hot water or tear gas on them. They occupied the street as the last one I can remember. And they were speaking in tongues. All these big men were talking in tongues. They turned into carnivals that lasted weeks and occupied. Nobody, not a single. In fact, policemen protected the areas where they are. And then somebody said, "You do not decorate fight."
The protest.
When I blow you, tell me this is where I blow you in the face, blow me back in the face. No.
The protest starts tomorrow. What states would you say are hotspot states, especially as it concerns
I am not
protests?
part of protesters.
No, as someone
I'm
who
not part
has,
of organizers.
No.
Lagos, Abuja. And of course, the security, when the world, the security is preparing for Lagos and Abuja, and probably Kaduna River, Port Harcourt. You know, these are where they've been hotspot for politicians who have occupied our space over time. So, if you do, if you're like a man, I gave you a proverb who gave a full blow, you pay for full when it comes. You know, somebody, you know, was engaged in a fight. He gave a blow to somebody and the eye, you know, and gave the man a blind eye. Went back, sit down, drinking beer, and told his friend when they are drinking beer that I gave that man one blow. In a few minutes, the police arrived. So his friend said, "Thank God the police are here. So follow them and go and pay for your one blow at the police station." So the hotspot know themselves. And they're the ones who they've not occupied Abuja, even from one spot, Port Harcourt, River State to Abuja. There are the vocal ones who are occupied our space talking and dancing. It's with you, it's with us, you know, sweet, all those kind of things. This is the time. They should be able to face the people. The ones that are saying hoodlums are in Lagos are addressing protesters. Well, let the allies come. But as my people say, when you see what is more valuable than the bomb, you go and sell your farmland.
Right. We would have to leave it there.
Well, we have to.
Mr. Chris Maduka.
No,
it's always a fantastic time with you. I mean, it never really stops. But again, we'll keep engaging on these issues. And then, of course, with the view to finding out some of the endpoints of the issues. We're also going to be following this particular protest and bring you up to speed on what's going on around the country. So stay on this channel. We'll be back after this. Just stay with us. Welcome back. You're watching Signature TV. This is Signature Morning, and it's on from 8 to 11 a.m. every single weekday. Today we are going to be talking about the livestock ministry and of course some other initiative that has been created by the government of Nigeria as it pertains to livestock productivity and resilient support project. And we have with us via Zoom Sanusi Abubakar. He's a national project coordinator of the Livestock Productivity and Resilience Support Project. Good to have you, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, and nice to meet you, to join you this morning.
Okay, Mr. Sanusi, just give us an overview of what this particular project is all about.
Okay, thank you very much. Livestock Productivity and Resilience Support Project, short form is LPRES. It's a World Bank project that is aimed at improving productivity, commercialization, and resilience of livestock value chain generally. It's a livestock, it's a World Bank project, as I said earlier. It's in 20 states in Nigeria, and ENUGU is one of the states that we are operating. So that's the short aspect of LPRES.
What's the criteria for choosing the state that is involved with the first project?
Okay, thank you very much. We have some commitment and readiness criteria which the states have to fulfill for it to be in the project. And ENUGU have done that already since last year, and they have their disbursement, and they have kicked off the implementation in earnest, and with the commitment of His Excellency, the State Governor, and the support, the project is on the right track, and implementation is ongoing.
Okay, so would there be a world-class veterinary hospital set up in place as well?
Yes, we came into ENUGU last 2 days for site inspection and also to flag off the building of a model veterinary hospital in ENUGU, that is the regional for the southeast, because ENUGU is one of the states we are operating. And this hospital, once completed, it will serve the livestock farmers through ambulatory services, through disease diagnosis, and a whole lot of veterinary services. And it will have state-of-art facility training for our veterinary students and paravets, veterinary professionals generally. And most importantly, this model hospital will serve as an avenue to link our private veterinarians and the public veterinarians to work together for the benefit of the livestock farmer.
Okay, there is the issue of hunger in the nation. Now, is this livestock project, are they collaborating with the Federal Ministry of Agriculture, and in what way, and is there a plan to end hunger as well?
Yes, Livestock Productivity and Resilience Support Project is a project under the Federal Ministry.
For this, so that it doesn't die like any other project that dies on arrival. What is the long-term plan for this project?
Excellent. So that's why we have this sustainability component in our project. We know the project is ending 2028. So we try whatever project we are doing, we collaborate with the state actors, state government, and those that are very important in the project to see that the sustainability component is carried along. We work with the relevant departments at the ministry, for instance, Department of Veterinary Service, Department of Animal Husbandry, to align with the policies and activities they are doing, so that at least we will have a sustainable project. Even after this project, we want the activities to continue. That's the sustainability aspect of it.
All right. Recently, the federal government created the livestock ministry. I understand it will be a ministry on its own. is it for you a welcome development? Because a whole lot of persons have condemned it because it's under the Ministry of Agriculture. How good is this ministry? Do you think it would achieve any goal as to helping with what we're facing with farmers' headers clashes?
Yeah, for us in the livestock sector, it's a welcome development. And if I say livestock sector, generally, people just look at maybe one angle of livestock. Livestock is a very huge investment, the value chain, the value chain of dairy, beef, poultry, a whole lot of investment. And I think we have not tapped in the benefits that we are supposed to tap in as a country. And Mr. President, in his wisdom, created this ministry, which is very key to the development of the value chain and to improvement in the livelihood of the citizen.
How much of enlightenment, for instance, do you have with this? Because other controversies that have also followed this creation of livestock is that it's more like a reintroduction of Ruga, a situation where lands will be annexed by the government in order to create certain portions for that particular livestock. I mean, can you throw more light in that direction?
Okay, I think that response maybe will be done by the ministry, but as a project, I can tell you that it's very vital for us to have complete value chain enhancement through the livestock. Okay, let me just give you an example. The ENUGU state government, the governor has signed a ranch bill, not quite law, which is very key and is in alignment with what we are doing, the livestock value chain hue. It's just to organize the livestock farmers, those that are doing poultry, goat, sheep, to work in harmony for the benefit of livestock value chain, not to anybody's land anyway. I'm just giving an example with ENUGU. And I was so happy with what he is doing in order to improve the value chain. So that's our major distinct. Because we are not talking about the land, Ruga or something like that. Our own is that how will a livestock farmer, how can we affect the livelihood of the livestock farmer? And that's what we are doing.
Okay, talking about the farmers' headers clashes, what has this project done in curbing it so far?
Okay, the farmer header conflict, the conflict mitigation is one of the components of this project, and it has funds allocated for resolving conflict. Or we resolve conflict through provision of natural resources. What are the drivers of this conflict? Mostly is water and pasture, and we have done a lot in pasture. We have done a lot in water across the states. Then if you provide these two basic things, then you now go ahead and see how you can have committees to be resolving these issues as they arise. And as at each point of our project, we try to take the stakeholders alone in designing the project and implementation, because it's very key. If you are designing something for the benefit of the livestock farmer, let him know the benefit. Let him also have an input in what is happening. And that's what we are doing. And that's what we are appealing to all the states that are in this project. We follow so that at least proper engagement is done. With that, we know we will minimize the conflict drastically.
Okay, can you be specific with the collaboration between the states and the World Bank? You mentioned something about fund. What is the state specifically providing, and what is World Bank providing?
Okay, the loan is $500 million for Nigeria, and the states sign SLA, subsidiary loan agreement. That means they sign their own money and they're entitled to their funds, and they spend it according to the work plan that will be in line with the project development objective. All the activities that will take place at the state will have to align with improving productivity and commercialization of livestock value chain. and it's a performance base. If you perform as a state, you get more funds. If you didn't perform, eventually you will even be dropped out of the project. So as you perform, you improve productivity and commercialization, you will be gauged and you move to another stage. So that's how the alignment is. And each state is signing the SLA. So that means they are entitled to their own money and they pay back their money. So that's how it is. The federal, that is the federal is coordinating. We coordinate and we support institutions. That's our role, to support major institutions. For instance, let me just give you an example of the support. We are upscaling the vaccine production of NVRI. NVRI is Nigerian Veterinary Research Institute that is in Jos, in VOM Jos. They are a premier veterinary research institute in Nigeria, 100 years this year. We are upscaling their vaccine production from 120 million doses annually to around 450 to 500. This upscaling is with the full support of our ministers because they felt it's very important in this sector for us to upscale the vaccine production. At least, number one, we are reducing the capital flight out of Nigeria. We are also engaging our own people and we are producing. So if you are producing vaccine here, you'll be self-sufficient and you will handle the issue of the animal health issues. So that we are doing at the federal. But the states mostly are doing provision of natural resources. For instance, water, pasture, renovation of abattoirs, renovation of market, cattle market, poultry, and what have you, and all these things. So that's what they are doing that is directly linked to the livestock farmer. Thank you very much.
Okay, you did mention that it's a loan. Can you be explicit?
Yes.
What is the payment plan? What is the plan to refund the money from wherever it's coming from?
The money is coming from World Bank.
Yes,
it's
you
an
mentioned
idea,
that. That's what I'm
and
saying.
it's
What
not just
is the
signed now.
payment plan?
Well, the borrower is Federal Ministry of Finance, and I think they will be in better position to say when are they paying, but I know there's a moratorium for payment, and this payment will take like, I think 50 years or so, if I'm not this thing, but I don't have the full detail of how it will be paid. But as I told you, the states will pay back, the federal will also pay back. That's what is happening.
Okay, Sanusi Abubakar, many thanks for your input this morning. We do sincerely appreciate. That was Sanusi Abubakar, the National Coordinator, Project Coordinator for Livestock Productivity and Resilience Project. We will be back in a short while. The country keep having several talks. There have been several talks about the planned protest, the Day of Rage, which was stipulated for 1st of August, that is tomorrow. And on that regard, we will be talking about planned hunger and hardship protests. We have Reginald Nabwe Ekanyang joining us to talk about the security alerts. What should we expect? Should this happen? Should this not happen? Good morning, Reginald.
Good morning, and thank you for having me. I would have really loved to have joined you on video, but I'm somewhere in a rural community in Benue State where the network infrastructure will not be able to carry the video participation. Yes, I want to say that, like you said, the protest. Is the protest necessary and is the protest due? I would say with a very loud capital yes. Number two, why are the people actually protesting? As the topic indicates, we are talking about hunger and hardship. The overview of this aspect, these two aspects that we are about to discuss, is the fact that our leaders are actually not governing right. And if you look at the time protect, it's basically about ending bad government, which means that Nigerians over time have actually looked at our situation and have come to the sheer conclusion that because of bad governance, that is what is resulting in hunger and hardship. And I want to concur with the people. Now, if you look at it, hunger is not supposed to be something that we should be discussing in Nigeria at all. Why? Because Nigeria is a very rich country. Nigeria is blessed with natural resources. We have large expanse of arable land, and we have enough resources coming from the oil sector that should have become the backbone of the industrialization of Nigeria. Now, but if you look at the Nigeria situation, you see that Nigeria is an import-based society, and no country is rich enough to import its consumables. The continuous import of products, of the consumables, the daily needs of Nigeria is just one thing, achieves one thing. It strategically exports the jobs that the people should be engaging in to earn a living for themselves. The hardship and the hunger that we are seeing is not because we don't have enough food in Nigeria. It is because Nigerians don't have enough money in their pockets to afford food. The food could be expensive. Yes, the situation of the country has changed since this government came in power, because basic mistakes are made from the beginning. Yes, we said, okay, that subsidy should be removed. Then number two, on the first day, the president announced that subsidy will be removed. But the other mistake that they made was not to defend the Naira. Because the Naira was not defended, Naira was floated, the Naira collapsed. jobs have not increased, jobs are no longer there. How are we going to expect the people to be able to afford to live? So the people are protesting basically because 70 to 80 million Nigerian youths got up this morning. They don't know where they're going to earn the money that they are going to use to feed today. The bad governance is so staring us at the face. We have a National Assembly that feels that they can afford to go and buy luxury cars when there are companies in Nigeria that are producing cars, even if they are assembling cars, that if they acquire, because of the large orders that will come from the National Assembly, it means that the companies have capacity to expand. And if the expansion will create jobs, as long as we are not creating the jobs to employ the youth, Nigeria cannot develop. Development needs job creation. When somebody's income increases, that person's life improves. If his income moves from 100,000 naira a month to 250,000 naira a month, you will realize that the person will no longer live in the same house he was living in when he was 100,000 naira. Where the children begin to go to school is not going to be the same when he was on that level. So you see, his life begins to improve. If he was not having a car or he was striking, he can afford to buy a bicycle, or he can afford to buy a machine, or he can afford to buy a car. So his life improves, his life is developing. When somebody does not have access to opportunities to make money, he cannot develop. Development is not roads, building of roads. Development is ensuring that the people have capacity to earn a living for themselves. They don't want
Reginald.
People want to be able to go out in the morning and go and work. And that is how you address hardship and hunger. If somebody has money in his pocket, he will be able to take care of himself.
Reginald, your points are valid.
The opportunity to have money for himself is going to be independent. And
hello, Reginald.
The devil's workshop. They say an idle hand is the devil's workshop, and that is fact. So what is happening to Nigerians is that the leaders of Nigerians think that Nigeria has become their personal cause where they can keep their hands and do whatever they want to do. I was watching the other day at you, and we were talking about the fact that in Abuja that some of the shops were built and they were supposed to be reallocated to the people. And he was asking and saying that why would they use government money to build things and allocating it to the people? But he is there. He's a citizen of Nigeria. He lives from Nigerian money. His house is from Nigerian money. His children have.
Hello, Reginald.
Can
you hear me, Reginald?
And he thinks that he is the government. And I tried to answer that one of the senators to him. And he said the government.
Wow. Hello, Reginald. Can you hear me?
The government, because the leadership is not seeing that the people is the government should be about packaging the people to improve the economy.
Hello, Reginald. Can you hear me?
Improve the economies of the people.
Hello, Reginald. Wow.
Hello. Hello, Mr. Reginald.
Yeah, it's a conversation. So let's have a conversation, okay? I see how pained you are about this development, but again, you would take a cue from.
I didn't get you. I didn't get you.
We could take a cue from what had happened in the past. One of the reasons why the government is a little bit apprehensive about this particular protest is the experience of what happened in 2020. How do we ensure that this protest is peaceful? Reginald, can you hear me?
Yes, I think I can see now, yes.
I was saying that one of the reasons why the government has deployed many resources, if you like, to this protest, about this protest, trying to stop it or maybe trying to control people in certain ways that they should protest, is the fact that...
I am really sorry I didn't get anything that you said.
Wow.
Networking where I am, I'm actually in Adult Park in Benue State. It's really not friendly at all.
Okay, I think since you can't hear us,
you can ask him again. He was asking, the government are doing what they think is necessary to curb this protest owing to what happened in 2020 during the hashtag EndSARS.
I can't get you at all. I'm not getting anything, any statement from you.
Okay, thank you. I guess we would have to let you go, and maybe some other time we could reconnect with you.
I can hear you now. I can hear you now.
Okay, so we were asking.
Hello?
Can you hear us?
Yes. bad. I think it's really bad. I can't hear any questions that are coming through now.
Okay, we have a very poor network. I mean, this has happened in the last 3 or 4 days. So maybe another time we would have this discussion at a better time, maybe even have you on Zoom. Thank you so much for participating. We truly appreciate you. All right, we're headed for a short break. We have another guest in the studio to talk about this even further, the legal implication of these protests. Do stay with us. Welcome back. You're watching Signature Morning on Signature Television. We can tell you for free that security beefed up across ENUGU State Metropolis. We know there are some soldiers around Abani Road. We have some soldiers around New Haven Access. even while I was coming in around the Noah's axis, there was this you will know that there's something different in that traffic axis. There was one man standing in the middle of the road, whom I can say is a soldier, trying to control traffic. So they're practically everywhere, and it's of course because of the protest that is built for tomorrow. Barrister C.D. Ogwe is with us. He's an Enugu-based lawyer. I'm sure while he was coming here, he also saw a little bit of what we're talking about. Barrister C.D., thank you so much. By the way, your full name, Chukwunoye Chukwunonso Ogbe. Thank you so much for joining us.
I appreciate it. Good morning. It's my pleasure.
So, before we get into this discourse, I'm sure you must have heard the news about the death of the icon, the stallion, Onyeka Onwenu. How did you receive the news early this morning, and how are you reacting to it?
Honestly, the demise of Madam Onyeka Onwenu is a sad one. And immediately I came across that news item where I asked myself some questions about what is happening to the Igbo tribe in Nigeria. Because in a couple of weeks, we have lost quite a whole lot of great personalities in Igbo land. I pray for the repose of her soul. And I also would like to use this opportunity to advise all Nigerians who are listening to me to also, take a look at their health. Because from information making the rounds, she was active a few minutes before the unfortunate, she was at least healthy on the face of it, few minutes before the unfortunate incident, because from what you are made to understand, the ugly incident took place when she went to, do what she knew best to do. What ordinarily would have been a joyous moment ended up ending on a chaotic note. It's an unfortunate one. So I'm not a medical practitioner. I wouldn't have known what actually transpired. But by and large, I know that most of us are under pressure. As I talk, as I speak, I even talk to myself as well, because of the heart-rending challenges that many of us are contending with in the country at the moment. Because from what I've discovered, we now have to go the extra mile in order to make ends meet as it stands today in this country. So I think it's high time we began to accord attention to our state of health, at least on an intermittent basis. If possible, we should always approach medical practitioners to at least to know the state of our health, especially as it concerns most of these cardiovascular related ailments and the rest of them, because there is pressure in the land, there is tension in the land, and I believe most of us are overstretching and overstressing ourselves, if you ask me. It's an unfortunate one.
And speaking of pressure in the land, this much talked about protest is built for tomorrow. It's less than 24 hours to that protest. As you were coming into the studio, I'm sure you must have seen some changes. What changes did you see, and how do you view the response of security agencies and the government about this protest built for tomorrow?
It was on Monday that I noticed the presence of soldiers in some parts of ENUGU, with the inception of the current administration in power in Enugu State, while trying to make people believe that the security challenges will be addressed in the state. There's this conventional practice whereby soldiers are usually deployed to man the streets of Enugu on Mondays. But for a while now, I've not come across those soldiers on Mondays, save for what happened some days back when I came into town in the morning of Monday, this week Monday, and I came across some soldiers at their usual locations here in Enugu, and it has also continued. I thought that maybe that they came out to take care of the normal security threats usually associated with Mondays here in Enugu. But with the presence of soldiers up to this moment in some strategic parts of Enugu, I may not be wrong to assume that is the measure being put in place by the government, be it at the state or federal level, to maybe, I wouldn't know if I should say to intimidate those who may be preparing to come out to exercise their constitutionally guaranteed rights. I mean the right to freedom of expression, or if they have been put in place maybe to forestall the breakdown of law and order. But I know that the mood of the environment is a bit sober, So far, from my personally, of course, I don't stay there with them to do their work, but I haven't come across any of those soldiers of late embarrassing any citizen. They have been doing their normal, their conventional work, as has always been the case. So basically, but many of us now believe that maybe their continued stay in town may not be too far from, the envisaged protest that many people hope will take off in a few hours' time, less than 24 hours, because today is the last day in July, of course. The long-awaited 1st of August will soon besiege us in a couple of hours. So maybe it's a proactive step being taken by the government, either to offer security to would-be protesters or to intimidate the people. By tomorrow, we shall know the real reason for their being deployed to man the streets.
Barrister, you're a legal practitioner. Can you address any human rights concern related to the protest and the government's response? Are there reports of abuses? Well, that's on another angle, and how are they being addressed? So can you address any human rights concerns as in relation to this protest? And
anyway, what I will say is that the fundamental right adjudication, because we have human right and fundamental rights. Human right basically accrues to all human beings, whether those rights are enshrined in statutes in a given territorial confine or not. Whereas fundamental right basically has to do with, human rights that have been domesticated in form of laws. Like, for instance, the right to life is a universal right, so we refer to it as human right. But coming to the main question you asked, the interesting thing about fundamental rights, if I should use the larger context, is that the course of action in asserting a fundamental right even accrues when there is an attempt to violate that right. Basically, in conventional civil suits, you cannot approach a court of law to seek redress when a course of action has not yet accrued. In other words, something must have been done to an aggrieved citizen before that citizen will have the requisite right to approach a court of law to seek redress. This is not the case with fundamental right adjudication, whereby even when there's an attempt to violate that right, the course of action is deemed already to be in place. What am I trying to say? Presently, nothing has, to the best of my knowledge, been done by these soldiers who are mounting the strategic locations in ENUGU. But if the government deployed these soldiers in order to prevent people from coming out to protest in a civilized manner, that means on the face of it, the government is already violating, or better still, deemed to be violating the fundamental rights of Nigerian citizens, at least in this environment, their right to freedom of expression. But at this juncture, if I should be practical, we wouldn't know the reason behind this particular development. Even though if we should apply the reasonable man's test, many of us will be right to believe that these soldiers have been deployed in order to prevent people from coming out tomorrow to protest. And by and large, let me quickly use this opportunity to also make known to the public, what I came across. I think that should be an incident, an ugly one that I witnessed firsthand around the place called Akwata by Mbwemena at the back of Main Market in ENUGU. That should be last year. I kept the record in my custody. I saw a soldier who was flogging a civilian as if he was flogging an animal. I wouldn't know what the civilian actually did, It was in my course of passing through that place that I then came across that ugly incident. So I just hope that this forthcoming protest will also not be an opportunity for some law enforcement agents to embark on the reckless violation of the fundamental rights of Nigerian citizens, including subjecting them to inhuman and degrading treatment, because we do come across some embarrassing scenarios whereby soldiers do utilize an opportunity of this nature, in intimidating the citizens. We are in a democracy, in as much as citizens are willing to comport themselves, in a civilized manner, the right to protest is a constitutionally guaranteed fundamental right. Okay,
so what do you make during our newspaper headlines? We came across one of the headlines where hoodlums addressed the protesters, where a lot of Nigerians, a lot of people might be just speculating and wanting the president to be the ones to address us, Hoodlums were addressing the protesters that of some form of attack if they come out to protest, and the officers, there's just this back and forth. How do you address that?
Anyway, I will say that for the fact that the government of the day has not come out yet to make any assertive statement, or better still, to embark on a proactive line of action by going after these hoodlums, who issue threats to law-abiding Nigerians, it shows that the government may be complicit in any attempt, to actually erode the right of Nigerians to express themselves, in the coming hours. Because let's assume that these fellows who issue this threats, that they weren't acting at the behest of the government. By now, the government should have, through the relevant law enforcement agents, should have gone after them. By now, the government should have apprehended those fellows, because their faces weren't hidden. By now, the government should have issued a marching order to the Commissioner of Police in Lagos State for the officers and men of the force in Lagos State to go after these individuals who issued these threats, to the Nigerian people. But to the best of my knowledge, nothing of such has been done, and which lends credence to the fears being harbored by some persons that that if at all there will be any breakdown of law and order, we don't pray for that, that the government may not totally exonerate itself, from any such unfortunate development. Many people, have embraced this line of reasoning based on the NSAS experience, and also based on what happened in the 2023 general election, whereby some well-known individuals came out and and maltreated Nigerians, and to the best of my knowledge, those individuals are yet to be prosecuted in the court of law, even as I speak. In that regard, the government will be deemed complicit. But by and large, it is the duty of the government, when we take a look at, or better say, when we appraise the social contract theory, to provide security for the people. So if we have a government that is coming out to exhibit weakness in terms of protecting the citizenry, then that government to a great extent has also failed. Because if you are telling us that you don't have the wherewithal to go after those who may be willing to resort to violence, that means you don't have the instrumentality of the state again at your disposal. What am I trying to say? If the government is sincere in allowing Nigerians to exercise their rights while also going after those who may be tempted to resort to criminality, the government, to the best of my knowledge, has the wherewithal, to put in place mechanisms that will ensure that Nigerians are protected, while concurrently ensuring that those who may be tempted to resort to any form of violence are also apprehended. But by and large, from the actions of the government so far, it seems the government is of the day. At least the federal government is uncomfortable with the protest. And interestingly, better still ironically, our incumbent president is a field marshal in protest. Before he became a president, many of us are not ignorant of the role he played during the regime of former President Goodluck Jonathan. Immobilizing Nigerians. What sauce for goose is sauce for Uganda. So if he was allowed to protest in the days of yore, when the lives of Nigerians were still to a great extent, comfortable, unlike what obtains at the moment, then I think it may not even be a bad idea if Mr. President will join us in solidarity come tomorrow in protesting, because though that's the reality, it may not be a bad idea. You say, fellow Nigerians, I'm protesting with you. I'm the one in charge, but I'm protesting because I don't actually know what's happening. I'm not comfortable with what's going on in the country. So let us protest, and then better still, know how to address some of these issues facing us. And from the actions of Mr. President so far, it's like he's already protesting, because when we're talking about protests, it's not only about carrying placards. For instance, some days ago, Mr. President has now authorized the sale of crude to Aliko Dangote, for the crude to be refined here in Nigeria, and for the crude to be sold to him in Naira. That's protest, because initially there was a policy in place that they will not sell to him. So Mr. President has now used his Bible in protest and say, look, whoever has been preventing me from doing this, I'm not going against you. I hereby authorize the sale of crude to him. That's protest. So when we talk about protest, even when we come to TV stations and radio stations to challenge the ills in our society, that's protest. So it's not all about coming out and then carrying placards. No, so the protest should be all encompassing. It should be holistic.
All right, 2 questions basically. The Southeast, Johannes Ndibo, have told the Southeasterners not to come out and protest, that there's really no reason for them to protest. I don't know what your thought is regarding that, and to what extent. I also heard that the youth wing of the Ohanese has also stated that they're not protesting, but also demanded the release of Nnamdi Kanu. That's on one hand. And on the second hand, what does the law really say about resisting protests? Osari Dokubo only yesterday was threatening that that people shouldn't bring the protests to the Niger Delta region. That if you have your right to protest, that he also has the right to resist protests. So I'm wondering now, I'm even confused. What does the law really say about protest? The right to protest is there peacefully, but what about the right to resist protest?
Anyway, let me begin with the second question you asked. The comments attributed to Asad Dokubo and the refusal of the government of the day to apprehend him, or better still, to invite him to question him, shows that the government of the day might be planning something sinister against would-be protesters. Yes, I appreciate the fact that no fundamental right is absolute. Because even when you look at sections 44 and 45 of the Nigerian Constitution, which these sections deal with the issues bordering on approaching the court of law to seek redress, and also circumstances in which the rights guaranteed in Chapter 4 of the Nigerian Constitution could be curtailed. You appreciate the fact that no fundamental right is absolute. Even the right to life is not absolute, because this right to life could be violated, or better still, curtailed during period of emergency, if need be. However, I'm beginning to learn another type of law for the first time in Nigeria, as being taught by Asare Dokubo, that he has the right to resist protest. Even if there is any protester who resorts to illegality, Asare Dokubo, to the best of my knowledge, is not a law enforcement agent. So he does not have the right to resort to self-help, unless he's not telling us that he's been a former militant. Or better still, militant. I wouldn't know if he has formally, totally resigned from that particular position of his. If carrying arms, which he once carried, has made him believe that he's a law enforcement agent, but he should appreciate the fact that he's not a law enforcement agent. So if any protester embarks on illegality in the course of protesting, Asare Dokubo, as a law-abiding citizen, if he is, should go to the nearest police station and report that person. That's number one. Number two, protest is not a crime. There is a world of difference between protest and riot, or protest and resort to any form of illegality, in the course of one exercising oneself. The right to protest, which falls within the ambit of freedom of expression, is a constitutionally guaranteed right. Mr. Asare Dokubo does not have the power, even the Nigerian government does not have the powers to deny Nigerian citizens that right in an ideal scenario. Ideal scenario in the sense that what obtains in law in theory may differ from what obtains in practice, which is an unfortunate one. And I expect those who swore to uphold the provisions of the Nigerian Constitution to keep to their words by allowing Nigerians exercise their constitutionally guaranteed rights. So, in a nutshell, the government, having failed to respond, or better still, to disassociate itself from the utterance of Asare Dokubo, and also having failed to call him to order, is another proof that the government of the day does not want Nigerians to enjoy the right to freedom of expression. Now, coming to the first question you asked, which has to do with the first question you asked. Yes, we should appreciate the fact that Igbos are Republicans. And I also appreciate the fact that it's also good for, at least for some level of leadership to be exercised in any given environment. In which case, in as much as we are Republicans, we are also expected to accord attention to the advice of our leaders. The Ohanese and Igbo are part of the leaders we have in Igbo land. But honestly, this issue of the forthcoming protest is a dicey one if you should take a holistic look at the happenings in the Nigerian environment. Let me give an example. Many of us before now used to believe that the main problem with Nigeria is corruption, but I think corruption is now the second problem with Nigeria. The major problem with Nigeria is tribalism. Tribalism is the main problem. Let me explain. Under the watch of former President Goodluck Jonathan, many of our brothers from the Southeast geopolitical zone, they did not participate actively in the NSAS protest. Why? Because of this belief that Goodluck Jonathan, even though he's not an Igbo man, but at least he's filially related to the Igbos, or better still, from the South-Side geopolitical zone, in which case they share some form of cultural, they share some form of history with us as a people. So because of that, many persons felt that a fight against Goodluck Jonathan. Participating in the protest will amount to a fight against the administration of Goodluck Jonathan. Then, under the watch of former President Muhammadu Buhari, many of our brothers from the northern part of the country, they never came out to criticize that government. I am not trying to make a sweeping statement because I know that the likes of, let's say, even prominent northern leaders, people like Senator Shehu Sani, they've been very, very vocal, in criticizing the bad policies that took place under the watch of former President Muhammadu Buhari. But by and large, many northerners condoned the obvious anomalies inherent in the Buhari administration. Now that we have our president from the Southwest geopolitical zone, interestingly, we also know that some of the key organizers of the forthcoming protest are also from the Southwest. But those who are now threatening, issuing threats, many of them, are from the Southwest geopolitical zone. And some of our activists who were once vocal, they have somewhat become docile. Why? Because their kinsman is in power. So, and now you now find many.
Okay, just to wrap up. Just to wrap up.
In a nutshell, now I find many northerners now coming out clamoring for protest. What am I trying to say? In a nutshell, it's left for the Igbos to decide. Those who want to join the protest, they are free to do that. Those who do not want to join, they are free to do that. Hanese has made his position known.
Thank you so much, Barrister Chukwunonso Owe. He is a legal practitioner, and we've been doing some explicit exploit on the issue of the planned hunger and hardship protest. We will play some things and we will be right back. It's still the Signature Morning on Signature TV. Go nowhere.
Welcome back. You're watching Signature TV, and this is a Signature Morning. Of course, we have woken up to this very sad news about the Nigerian female music icon, Miss Onyeka Onwenu, passing on. Onyeka Onwenu was 72 years of age. She died after slumping at a birthday party where she performed in honor of Mrs. Stella Okoli, founder of Emzo Pharmaceuticals, who was celebrating her 80th birthday. We have with us live in the studio to discuss this and further Mr. Fred Iwejora is an entertainment and culture journalist, Saturday Vanguard columnist, and media consultant. Good to have you. Good morning.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's a sad one.
Very sad.
I don't know, even given the amount of persons we've lost in terms of prominence in the Southeast, you know, it's quite shocking, really.
Very, very shocking indeed. The death of Onyeka just added to the pain of the Southeast people and then to the world, because Ifeanyiba is also known worldwide. Chief Nwanyam also known worldwide. Then Onyeka, through her music, touched lives, played all over. Her music was, she was an international person. You know, from my years in the school in the US, where she got a master's degree after studying communications, she got a master's degree, came to Nigeria. She has been on our firmament forever. Since the 80s, came back to do her youth service in NTA, and after the youth service, she played so much role and then made one film, Squandering of Riches. So we are talking about Nigeria's corruption problems. It didn't start today. In the 80s, Onyeka made a film seeing how we are squandering the oil riches that we have in Nigeria. It became a BBC program and made her very popular internationally. Yes. Then her music. Can we start talking about her music? From that time, she made In the Morning Light first, and then another one that contained, I can't remember the name now, Living Music. One song like that, produced by Sonia Kosu. After that, she made others. She sold in EMI and went to Polygram. Dancing in the Sun is still remembered. The song for Winnie Mandela is international too, because Onyeka went to play, because of that song, Onyeka went to play in Zimbabwe, South African area, because of that song. Because of that same song, when Nelson Mandela came to Nigeria, he wanted to see her. So Onyeka did plenty. And then after her secular music life, she started singing advocacy things. She did one song for Planned Parenthood about making choices. You want to get pregnant, carelessly make your choice. He made it with Sonny Ade. Then he started making gospel. So Onyeka touched our lives, really.
Can you quantify the loss, really? How much has the industry of music, especially in Nigeria, lost? You
know, it's a problem here if you say industry of music. Journalism lost somebody. Broadcasting lost someone. Music, fame. She was an actor as well. She acted in several.
She was also an activist.
Yeah, her activity, and was a politician. So she was an all-rounder in one. So Nigeria has lost, the world has lost plenty. It's difficult to quantify.
But what do you think we can learn from her life? I mean, she lived 72 years. 72 is a long time.
Yes.
What do you think the young people can learn from her life, why she lived?
You know, she was one of the educated people who were in music. One of the solidly educated people. So young people could learn that you can keep to your dreams, you can keep to your talents, even when you're going to school. And then if you're not going to school, you have talent, please try and go to school. You know, I learned that. Then I learned bravery. A woman that was so strong, very, you know, she was called Elegant Stallion.
Exactly.
How can you have a stallion that is elegant? The stallion is male in the horse, you know, in the horse lives. But this is an elegant stallion. So named by one journalist, a colleague of mine, Azuka Jebose, joined them to go to Zimbabwe for a performance. And after the performance, she wrote a story in the Punch that this woman is Elegant Stallion. We kept calling her. A lot of people do not know how it all started. So what I'm saying is that we have to learn plenty, young people. And then there is discipline about life. If you work with Onyeka, you know that you must be on your toes. There's no way, no space for nogare, no space for being careless, no space for being carefree. And she also kept her private life too private. Plenty things to learn about Onyeka. You can't continue to quantify.
Wow. It's a huge loss.
I hear you talk about her. It's just there is so much to learn. There is so much to learn. What would you? How would you describe her death? Because you know she was performing. She actually was done performing.
And sat down.
And went back to her seat and slumped.
So what does it tell you about life? Ephemeral. Anything can happen anytime. Ifeanyi went to his son's graduation and then in the hotel room went away. Iwanyanwu, the same. No, Nyeka, the same. So what does it teach you about life? You don't know tomorrow. You don't know the next minute. Nobody knows.
So there are speculations that, you know, these occurrences are not ordinary. Are you also of that school of thought? Are you also part of those who think that this gradual takeout, it's, you know, according to the speculations, that is a gradual takeout of some icons of some sort in the Southeast?
I don't think so. I don't believe in such. Anybody whose time is come is gone. Yeah, I don't think. If you want to take out, are you taking out from what genre, from what area of life? Are you taking out from music? You're taking out from politics? You're taking out from business? I don't believe in such speculations. I believe that when the time comes, you answer the call. I remember reading while we were children, they told you want to, when the time comes, you want to run pancake, no, there. Make her prepare is not there. So we have to all think that today may be the last. Live your life as if it's the last day. Don't procrastinate. If anything you want to do, do. Don't wait, because tomorrow may not come. It's not promised to anyone.
Yeah, so I was talking to someone earlier about this on the phone, and I think he mentioned something around the fact that black people, I'm not saying that in relation to this particular issue, but black people don't really take care of themselves when it comes to going for checkups regularly. And he mentioned something that was quite striking. He said, if you are a black man, as soon as you're 40, there are certain things that you must do health-wise in order to check yourself.
Yeah. Black people, Africans, because of the way we live, because of how we live, the medical system is not working, nobody's investing in it. Maybe because of it, we don't go checkups. But in Igbo land, one patient, I was speaking with number one first semester in Nigeria that survived. I've spoken with her severally. Now on her birthday on the 7th, she turned 71 on 25th. What were we saying? She's in the US now. I said, why are you coming back? He said, not coming back. Oh, why should I come back? When she's on permanent monitor for the Oyibo. If there is a little emergency, 911 is in front of your house, everybody, the next door neighbor knows how to do artificial resuscitation immediately now before every other thing happens. But not here. If she were living here completely, maybe she couldn't die. You know, so the problem we have here is the same universal problem of the African. There are no hospitals. They want to prefer to go abroad for it. They prefer to go and build hospitals outside, and they steal money and then behave the way they like. So that is the reason why we will not go to hospitals. Now, the typical European has a medical insurance. Whatever happens, because money is being removed from your small earning to pay for whatever would be an emergency in the hospital. That's why the hospital will take care of you as soon as you land. So here, the challenges of not having hospitals, even though you have qualified men who go outside to do it better, that may be the cause. That may be the cause. We should be able to do that. You know, it's luxury now for me to now go and check my BP when I know that I have not yet. BP, I'm going to check BP. I beg you, leave them. Let me feed first. We haven't finished talking about our fuel. We haven't finished talking about all our issues. Then we're going to do medical checkup. So it's a systemic problem, not what we love. So I know that if traveling abroad, I use my travel insurance that I paid maybe 30K or something. As soon as I get for any program outside, I'm going to do, because that's travel insurance I paid is going to allow me, it may not be surgery, it may not be big things, but check. So some people don't have opportunities to do that, yes.
We know that she contested, talking about Onyeka Owen, she contested for local council chairman.
She won.
Yeah, no, she didn't.
No, but she was before.
She contested twice.
But she was appointed
lost.
before.
And what would you think led to the loss.
Wow.
Making her to lose, yes.
No, Nigerians don't like good people to rule now. Do you want good people to rule in Nigeria so they can perpetuate evil? Now the good people who tell them this is the way, they don't want you. We keep shouting afterwards. Yeah. And they know she is a woman. Most times women are not allowed to move beyond.
You know that was at Idato local government.
His her local government.
Yes.
Yeah. It's our local government. So women are having issues in Nigerian politics. Whether you like it or not, it's difficult for a woman to rise, you know. And then, secondly, Onyeka is tenacious. Onyeka is stubborn. Onyeka has discipline that a lot of people cannot contain. That's why maybe she's not the kind of person they want there. It's going to happen to, nobody knows what will happen to Kamala Harris now, who is pushing to become American president. So the issue about women becoming leaders, political leaders in the world is a problem. Few places they have done. Britain has done, and then America, the biggest democracy, has not done. India has done before. If Onyeka won, in fact, if we don't have won that thing because we are not prepared for a woman to lead. And those are my opinions on that.
And she was made the executive director by that was in the presidency of Goodluck Bailey Jonathan,
yes.
Center for Women
Development.
There were many women in Nigeria. What do you think made the president choose her?
Onyeka is highly qualified now in education and accomplishments. He's highly qualified. There are a lot of people who are also qualified, but then you place them side by side. She is popular. So people who are qualified, place them side by side, so they can be able to say why. But I think Onyeka is qualified to be anything that is possible in Nigeria. Education is number one. Very few women are as educated as she is, and influential as she is, or she was. Sorry. Pity.
Right. I mean, while she worked at NTA, in fact, I think at some point she even protested against NTA that they are using her songs without paying her royalties. There's this thing about her. She's fearless. She's strong. She knows what is right. You know, she knows what she wants. What can young women of these generation learn from her?
Tenacity, believing in yourself. And you know, when you're educated, I don't think you're afraid. Most people who are educated already know, because they know where is the fear then. But you know, people are not educated. Some are educated and they are still afraid. But you must be educated first of all, because education builds you some kind of strength, too much of strength. And Onyeka was a special being, especially, you know, and thinking of the fact that she was raised by her mom. She was 4 years when the dad died. Yeah, and then lost things. The family, the mom and the children and family lost inheritance from their father. So went to live with the mom and grew up in Port Harcourt and Obosi, where the woman came from. So what am I saying? I'm saying that she must have seen, her childhood must have exposed her to pain, plenty of pain that men inflict on women in Africa, and then may have used it to raise her and make her strong to be the best of what she can be.
You know, my colleague Charles said something earlier when he was asking what made her who she was. A while ago, a long time ago, a young lady actually told me that she walked into an elevator with Onyeka, and there was just this aura, this fierceness she couldn't explain. Do you think it's something she built over time, or is it something she's just engraced with?
Together, both. You know, engraced with it, because if you see her perform, you see style. You see a woman who is very, in fact, you must love her. Then she engraced and then imbibed over time. I can agree to that. Both of them. Inside, she has it as a gift, and then learned about it over time, and then prepared herself to, if possible, to prove to those people who did not treat her mother right, that I will become somebody, and I have become somebody, maybe.
Right. It's so unfortunate that we've lost someone of this magnitude. it's really cold. If you ask me, it's really cold trying to even put it together line by line with other persons who have passed on. I just hate to say that death is wicked.
Yeah.
But then it's
It is
inevitable.
wicked. Yeah. It's wicked because it takes what you love. And it's inevitable because it must happen. When it does happen is what we don't know. The shock is what is enveloping the world. Can somebody finish performing? If you see the last performance, she was singing the same One Love, and then after One Love, she went to sit down, and then that's it. Lessons of life. Tomorrow is not promised to anyone.
Right. Again, something you said that quite struck me, trying to compare our medical situation with that of the ones that are abroad, that people learn how to do something as easy as first aid before anything happens. Someone told you that they would not come back because of that, in fact. So I wanted to find out from you, how do you think we can improve our system to the point that, you know, beyond just our medical system, but even people learning how to resuscitate someone when someone just drops dead or drops you know, faints?
This problem with Nigeria is something that we left from the roots. Now, if you want to begin to teach somebody how to resuscitate people now, when they never talk, call a meeting now and say, okay, we want people to come and learn how to be able to do artificial respiration immediately. Check how many people will come there. But right now that you're going to give palliatives or one pack of Indomie, people will come there and die. So what does it tell you? That it is difficult to do that, even though you can't stop asking to learn. Because it's an advantage if you learn how to do artificial resuscitations and respiratory things. People come to where there's an accident and they are using their phones. They're just using their phones. So the ethics of understanding what life is lost, very, very much lost. So maybe continuous education will make us learn, but I know that what is bothering us now is different from those, you know.
All right.
Okay. We have another person join us on that matter, still talking about Onyeka. I said Onyeka Owen, the legendary elegant stallion and a musical icon. Beyond music is we have the person of Mr. Vin Martin Ilo. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you? I know you have already heard about this this loss of what Nigeria has lost this morning. What's your reaction to it?
Okay, of course, it's sad. It's very sad because we've lost someone very dear to Nigerians. In the course of my journalism, I've interviewed Onyeka so many times. But let me start with when I met her for the first time. I was just out of secondary school and I was looking for a job. And she was one of those big stars in the Anambra Broadcasting Service. So I remember the particular day we came for audition and all that. And when we saw her, it was like you saw one of these very big stars. I remember people like her. I remember Marius Ogada. There were people of them that had come to ENUGU then to establish the Anambra Broadcasting Service. So that was the first time. And then she went to NTA, and I followed her career in NTA. She was one of the big stars in NTA too. And then she went into music. Onyeka is one woman that is so meticulous about so many things. She's so straightforward. She does not suffer fools gladly. If you are not up to your game, you can't roll with Onyeka, because she's someone who wants to do it the right way, and she does not cut corners, and she says it the way it is, and in the success that she achieved in the music industry too, because from journalism she transited into games stuff. I also remember my last interview with her. It was the executive secretary of the women. He was already having issues with some staff in the place. Why? Because of her, for being it, and she says, I mean, that very split that is supposed to be done. She believed in due process, in transparency. And she was having a lot of issues with her colleagues at that organization, because they felt that she was a disruptor who had come to change things. And you know what you hear when you go to work with civil servants, they tell you, Madam or God, this is not the way we do it. This is not the way we do it. So I didn't want to do it the way they did it. Onyeka wanted to change things. So that's the Onyeka that I have interviewed several times. And I think that as a country, as an industry, we have really, really lost someone.
Okay, in a nutshell, what do you think the world should take away from her as lessons moving forward?
It's also important to realize or to talk about the other aspect of her, that she's a woman activist. She's also a human rights activist.
Okay. Hello. Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Vin Martin Obiora Ilu, for your contribution on this matter. We really, really appreciate, and I've still appreciated the person of Onyeka Owen and what she's been, what she was to beyond Nigeria, Africa, and the world over. We still have Mr. Fred Iwonjora, who has been, shedding some light. Someone would say so many lights. We really do appreciate your input on Onyeka's matter.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you too. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
The world bids farewell to this woman, we continue to remember the elegant stallion, a word, a name that was given to her by Azoka Jabose.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're headed for a short break. When we return, we'll switch gears right now. Do stay with us. Welcome back. You're watching Signature Mornings on Signature Television. We are going to be talking right now about the CBN latest interest rate figures. We have with us via Zoom, and oil and gas experts, Nick Agule. He's joining us on Zoom this morning. Good to have you, sir. Good morning. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me? Good morning.
Oh, yes, I can hear you now.
Okay.
Just
Good
straight to the
morning
first question. The CBN interest rates, I don't know how you view it, but if you look at every other country that have developed, you know, when you talk about interest rates, you want to bring it down so that it'd be easier for people to get loans and then open businesses, and also make it easy for people to get employment, as the case may be. Why do you think that the CBN's interest rate, amidst all of the chaos that we're facing economically, it's still rising?
Thank you very much for that question. Indeed, you are right that the CBN has been increasing the interest rates, especially in recent Monetary Policy Committee meetings, very sharply. In terms of context, the last Monetary Policy Committee meeting that was held under the Godwin Emefiele's Central Bank was in July of 2023, and the interest rate was 18.75%. And the first meeting that has been held under the Yemi Cardoso's Central Bank was in February 2024. So for about a period of 7 months, there was no Monetary Policy Committee meeting, and the interest rate remained constant at 18. Inflation was increasing, although not at the sharp rate it was increasing when we started to increase the interest rates. Now, from February 2024, when the first Monetary Policy Committee meeting, and for the benefit of our viewers, the Monetary Policy Committee is the one that takes monetary policy decisions, which includes interest rates, cash reserve ratios, liquidity ratios, asymmetric corridors, and all of that. We can explain some of those terms as we go on in the interview. So the first of these meetings under the new central bank governor happened in February this year, 7 months after the last one was held. It then meant that the interest rate at 18.7%, which was set in July 2023, remained the same till February 2024. Now, from February 2024 to the last meeting that was held earlier this month in July, the Monetary Policy Committee has increased the interest rate by 8%. That is 800 basis points. So that is why the prevailing interest rate is 26.75%. So that is 18.75 that was there in July 2023 plus 8 is 26.75. This is a very astronomical and sharp increase in interest rate. And now you raise a very valid point. There's a trade-off when it comes to interest rates. So on the one hand, you want interest rates to be low so that producers of goods and services, including manufacturers and the real sector of the economy, we have access to cheap credit to expand output. It's when we expand output that the economy grows, because expansion in output brings about new jobs that are being created. If a manufacturer takes a loan and opens a new factory, then he will recruit more people, he will pay more taxes, and the economy grows. So usually you want interest rates to be low, which, like you rarely say, is what is obtainable elsewhere. Like here in the United States, where I'm speaking to you from, I'm actually in Dallas. speaking to you, interest rate is sub 5%, the same in the UK and all of that. But on the other hand, if you are facing inflation, then you need to increase interest rates. The idea is that inflation will be moderated if people decide that they are not going to consume, rather they will go and save. So by increasing interest rate, you make it very attractive if people go and put their money in the bank. And because that will impact on demand, by reducing demand, it will moderate inflation. However, there is a caveat with that economic policy. You have to first understand what are the drivers of inflation. So if the drivers of the inflation are that is too much money in circulation, chasing too few goods, then the policy of increased interest rate is the right one. That will be the textbook recommendation. Increase interest rate to mop up liquidity into the banking coffers, and that will greatly downplay demand, and then that will help inflation. But if the inflation is not driven by too much money chasing too few goods and is driven by other factors, for instance, in economics, in basic economics, price can increase as a result of two factors. One, if demand is more than supply, price will rise. But also, if supply falls, price will again rise, even if demand is the same. So if the inflation is as a result of demand being more than supply, interest rate increase will deal with it. But if the inflation is as a result of supply falling, even when demand is not rising, then you cannot use interest rate to resolve that. Rather, you should even be looking at reducing interest rate so that you can deal with the supply deficit. And that has been the challenge that the Monetary Policy Committee has been facing. The members of the Monetary Policy Committee themselves, if you go by the minutes of meeting where their personal statements are written, they recognize that Nigeria's inflation is being driven mostly by food inflation as a component of that headline inflation. And they recognize that food inflation is being driven not by too much money chasing food, but due to food shortages, supply gaps. And they accurately diagnose that to say this supply gap is coming from, one, insecurity, which has made farmers to be driven away from their farms into RDP camps. So those who were producing food for Nigeria previously are now consumers of food in RDP camps. The MPC also accurately diagnosed that due to the increase in the cost of diesel and petrol, the transportation cost of food from one point to the other has also increased. And you know, the traders are going to transfer the increased cost of transportation into the prices because they are in business, they want to make profit. So you now discover that if that is the main driver of inflation and you are increasing interest rate, it's not going to completely deal with it. Because, you know, as you can see, regardless of the interest rate, people are not going to reduce their demand for food because families will continue, they have to feed their families. So even if you raise interest rate to 100%, they must go and buy food. It's not going to impact on the demand for food.
All
And
right.
this has been the challenge. And you
All
can
right.
see that inflation has been rising despite the increases in interest rates in Nigeria.
What's for you is the impact of rising interest rates on foreign investments and the stability of the naira?
Sorry. So that's another angle to it. If the interest rate is being increased, these foreign investments are categorized into two. You have the one you call foreign direct investment, and then you have the one you call foreign portfolio investment. For foreign direct investment, that is investors that come in and they develop the assets in country and use it to provide goods and services. For instance, the MTNs, they come in, they bring their money, they build the telecoms infrastructure, and then they are using that. Or like the recently completed Kefi to Makudi road, it's a foreign direct investment. The Chinese brought in their money, they built the road, and now they are going to toll the road to get their money back. For foreign direct investment, because the monies are coming from outside, is not the interest rate rise or fall in Nigeria is not directly affecting them, except they were to seek for loans in country in Nigeria. The one that is impacted directly by interest rate increases is the foreign portfolio investment. That is the one you call hot money. This is people who, when they see high interest rate, they bring in their dollars to take advantage of the high interest rate. And then once they make their interest rate, they make their money, they want to take their dollars out. They are not interested in putting that dollars in any asset in country. So for foreign portfolio investors, increases in interest rates, they like it, because the more the interest rate goes up, the higher the return on their portfolio investment. And they bring in the dollars. They bring in the dollars. However, it is postponing the evil day, because as their investments mature, because usually they invest in short-term securities like treasury bills and all of that. As their investments mature, we have to look for the dollars and give them to repatriate. And that is where you see that the central bank is carrying a lot of these obligations and is not able to fulfill them. And so that is the kind of impact you get with interest rates and FPIs.
Okay, okay. From what you explain, the quanta estimate of interest rate volatility remains strictly negative, in both the short run and the long run. What do you advise the Nigerian government to do?
So my advice to the Nigerian government is that when you are facing inflation that Nigeria is facing now, and you are facing a foreign exchange instability, which is also something that we are facing, and you are facing all sorts of crises within the economy, you have monetary policy and fiscal policy. Both of them are like the two lungs that are beside our hearts. So if you take our heart to be the economy, then the lung on the left is the monetary policy, the lung on the right is a fiscal policy. Both lungs must be working to get the heart to operate efficiently. If you leave it to only one lung to be working, which is what we seem to be doing now, because it's the monetary policy that we are actively working with, and we are leaving fiscal policy. For the benefit of our viewer, fiscal policy has to do with budgets, government expenditures, putting those monies in the right places in the economy to boost output and to create jobs. It's not happening. So as we speak today, Nigeria is still on 3,000 megawatts of electricity. It's not going to increase any output. Without electricity, forget it. The economy is not going to run, because electricity is like blood to the body. And if there is no blood to anybody, the body can never thrive, regardless of the doctors who are attending to the body. That is just the fact. And I think President Tinubu needs to understand some of the basics. We can be fighting inflation, fighting unemployment, fighting poverty and all of that. But those are symptoms of certain causative factors. And one of the biggest causative factors in Nigeria is that the economy is simply not being powered adequately. So he has to do something about electricity. And then you look at things like the fuel for the economy, petrol, diesel, Jet A1 kerosene and all of that is from the refining process. Our refineries are still down. We're getting promises upon promises from the NNPCL Refineries aren't working. President Tinubu needs to take these refineries from the NNPC. I don't know why he believes the NNPC can do it, because the NNPC hasn't done it for like 20 years or more. So these are decisive actions he has to take. They have to deal with insecurity, to return farmers back to their farms. And not only that, to mechanize farming. Like I spent time in Canada. I went to a farming community. I was studying farming there. And I spent a weekend in a community of 700 people. They are producing much more food than Nigeria is producing food, because they're using machines. One man sits on the combine harvester and he can harvest yam that 1 million farmers couldn't harvest in 1 year with their manual labor. So these are the kind of areas that government needs to look into, so that the economy can start to grow. Right now, the economy is not growing because of these fiscal measures that aren't being taken.
All right. Are there alternatives consumers and Nigerians can, take with the rising cases of this interest rate from the CBN? Are there alternatives that consumers and businesses can take in order to source for funds and for their debts as well?
The alternatives are difficult to come by, because where else can they go and source for funds? Generally, as you see in Nigeria, the income distribution in Nigeria is very poor. There are few people who have all the money, and then the vast majority of the people really don't have purchasing power. What they have is not even enough for them to eat food, not to talk about transportation and other needs. And then when you go to other countries, like in the UK, the government is supporting the citizens with free healthcare, free education up to high school level, and then tax credits for low incomes, and then housing benefits and all of that. The Nigerian government is not supporting Nigerians at all. A father and mother who are looking after 4 children, they have to worry about school fees, they have to worry about healthcare, they have to worry about everything without the government coming in there. So there are no enough monies for, as alternative ways where people can say, okay, let us do some crowdfunding and all of that. So the banking system remains the main place to go to. And now, the problem is that when we are talking about interest rate at 26.75%, that is the monetary policy rate. And the banks are going to add their own on top of it. So you will be sure that when you go to a bank, you are not going to get a loan at less than 30%. In fact, there is something that the central bank, the Monetary Policy Committee did something in their last meeting, which they had last week, the 296th meeting. They did something that is tantamount to increase in interest rate. Even though they increased the monetary policy rate by 50 basis points to 26.75%, they tweaked the asymmetric corridor. For the benefit of our viewers who don't know what that is, the asymmetric corridor is a corridor that is built around the MPR, the monetary policy rate. So like the monetary policy rate is 26.75%. Asymmetric corridor that they change is plus 500 minus 100. What does that mean? It means on the left side of the monetary policy rate, if banks come to the CBN to borrow money, the CBN will add 5% to the monetary policy rate and charge the banks as interest rate. So if you add 5% to 26.75, that is already 31.75%. So a bank comes to CBN gives them a loan at 31.75%. That bank must make profit. So they are going to give that loan to a manufacturer at something very close to 40%. And then the other, on the right side of the MPR, in terms of the corridor, is minus 100. Minus 100 means if a bank brings money and puts it in central bank, the central bank is going to pay them 25.75% interest on the money they put. That's why it's minus 100. It will be minus 1% of MPR. So it is like the central bank increased the interest rate indirectly by tweaking. Before now, that thing was plus 100 minus 300. Meaning if the banks borrowed money, the central bank will only add 1% on top of NPR. And now the central bank is going to add 5%. So they indirectly increase the interest rate, probably like using the backdoor approach. So all this thing is going to kill the economy, because Nigeria's economy, the biggest thing Nigeria economy needs is growth. It is growth that will deal with unemployment, it's growth that will deal with exchange rate crisis, it's growth that will deal with inflation, it's growth that will even deal with insecurity. Because you see, insecurity is being perpetrated because a lot of young people are jobless, and they become very easily accessible by people who use them for wrong reasons. If these guys are gainfully employed and they are looking forward to their next paycheck, they won't be available. As you can see in Nigeria, the bankers, the oil industry workers and all, they are not available for insecurity. So this is the situation in Nigeria. The interest rate thing has to be coupled with fiscal policy. Fiscal policy is not yet coming to the table.
All right. I'm kind of curious though. The CBN increased the interest rate by 50 basis points. And I'm wondering if you know whether the CBN has adopted any measures to cushion the effect on businesses and the consumers. Do you think that they have put out any measures? If they have, what are they? Do you think they're working?
From where I'm sitting, I have seen no measures that the central bank has put up to cushion the effects of these interest rate rises. And that is exactly, again, the point we're talking about, fiscal policy. Because fiscal policy is the one that should come in with those kind of palliative measures that will help businesses. For instance, the government can decide that, okay, since the interest rate is high, we're going to reduce the tax rate. That is a fiscal policy. You know, fiscal policy, like I say, deals with government revenues, government expenditure. So something like taxation is a fiscal policy. So government will accompany that. So what has been happening is that monetary policy has been working alone. Fiscal policy is not coming to the table. But you see, when President Tinubu constituted his cabinet, he had Mr. Wale Edun as Minister of Finance and coordinating Minister of the Economy. It was expected that Mr. Wale Edun will be the man managing both fiscal policy and monetary policy to ensure that they are not working at cross purposes. You know, I gave the analogy of these two policies being like the two lungs that straddle our hearts. Imagine one lung is breathing in and then the other lung is breathing out at the same time. The heart is going to suffer. They both have to breathe in at the same time and breathe out in that same sequence. And then because Mr. Wale Edu is not doing his job properly as a coordinating minister, it forced the hand of Mr. President to go and set up an economic team again, made up of private sector people and Wale doing himself as central bank. So I think the government is struggling to coordinate economic policy entirely. And this is something they really need to get onto. Because if they don't, then if we're going to be having this kind of policies that are running across each other, roughshod across each other, or monetary policies on the table and fiscal policy is not on that table, we're not going to have it. It's not going to happen.
Many thanks, Mr. Nick, for your contribution. We really do appreciate you. Mr. Nick is an international oil and gas expert. He's actually been with us all the way from Dallas, Texas. Meanwhile, Mr. Nick, I noticed the weather there is better than how it was before. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, this is summertime. Weather is beautiful. Absolutely
Yes.
fine, like Nigeria's weather here now. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Nick. We have Internet Watch. This is still Signature Morning. We have so much. Just a little bit before we wrap up. Go nowhere.
Do you like to know about all the trending topics and latest happenings in Nigeria and the world at large? Then you're welcome to Internet Watch, a segment where I keep you updated on all the things happening on the internet. Ooh. My name is Joshua Ritomo, and I'll be the host for this segment. First thing on the list today is the federal government of Nigeria under the leadership of the Comptroller General. Now, this means the head of the agency responsible for regulating customs and import duties in Nigeria. So, the Comptroller General of the Nigeria Customs Service has suspended import duties and taxes on essential food items to address the ongoing hunger crisis in the country. This move aims to alleviate the high food inflation rate and provide relief to citizens facing food shortage. The public's response to this announcement has been mixed. Some have expressed optimism and happiness, while others are skeptical and want more extensive steps to eradicate corruption and poor governance in the nation. So I'd ask you, what do you feel? How are you feeling about this? What's your take on this? Let's see how the people feel about this, of course. Florence is saying, our demands are simple and clear. Making INEC to be truly independent is part of it. Bring back fuel subsidy to reduce the price. We are not expecting charity. We need systematic changes. Of course. Okpara is saying nothing will stop this protest. If they like, let them share oxygen. Oxygen. Forgive me. That Irish and show plug is saying, I just want to say the fear of protest is the beginning of wisdom. We should do this every 3 months, you know. They will be on their toes. But we can't be protesting every 3 months, of course. The rabbit is saying we must protest. If not, things would go back to the normal shape. Nigerians must reclaim their right at all costs. Next comment is saying the present leaders of Nigeria cannot be trusted. Don't be surprised if they give this waiver to their political allies only. Thieves have a way of rewarding themselves. Think about it. Think about it. Like, just think about it. But of course, I know this government cannot be trusted per se. We've heard people say over time. We've seen the reactions of people saying that this government can't be trusted. But that's what I'm going to be thinking on that. Of course, there are a lot of things on the internet, but I can't give you all because of time. So, ahead of the nationwide protest against poor governance scheduled for August 1st, 2024, in Lagos, Nigeria, a video has emerged showing unidentified individuals referring to as talks by some sources, threatening market traders and residents not to participate in the protest. The threats, which have been widely shared on social media, warn of potential violence and further destruction if the protest proceeds. The harassment has made people nervous and made them wonder about the region's security and freedom of speech, which we all are entitled to. The comment section, of course, is blazing, is buzzing. I'll take you there right away. The Nigerian police were in a closed-door meeting as at when this was happening. Of course, this was sarcastic. This is sarcastic. Tonya is saying, government are the harborers of touts because they use them in a situation like this. These touts don't reason again because they have smoke and drink their life out. Of course, drank their life out. Eesh. Next on the comment section, I have Paul. Paul is saying all of them should be persecuted. Where are the police? Abraham is saying just like they did during the elections where people were threatened. Oof. Next on the comment section, I have Positivity King. Positivity King is saying those clowns do not know that the people outnumber the dogs. Well, apart from that, we all are partakers of what is going on currently. Why would you... Okay, Chuku is saying, wonder shall never end. How can you push someone and also tell the person where to fall? How can you oppress someone and still want the person not to cry? To me, this is the height of it. This truly is the height of it. Ademola is saying, to Lagos Police PRO, the Lagos Police PRO will become blind now, and it won't see all of that now to go and apprehend and caution those thugs. But it is those that want to go on a peaceful protest, they will be flexing their muscles on. Now then they go on show muzzle. Next on the comment section, I have Dan. Dan is saying, would they threaten everyone if the protests had been spontaneous? Like somebody in Lagos will just start moving, Abuja will just start moving, Anambra will just start moving. Everybody just start moving like that. Next on the comment section, I have Peter. Peter is saying if they continue like this country will be on fire. Ooh. We pray that the country does not get to that point. But then again, people have the right to protest. Why would thugs come out boldly with such audacity to say what they've said? Finally, on today's episode, tips on how to stay healthy. Because of time, you know I have to leave, you guys. You know I have to leave. If not, I would have stayed and give you a lot. I mean, there was a gist, not a gist. It was released by Interpol that this country has money being laundered, thousands of millions in just an hour every day. Well, of course, these and many more you can find on our social media platforms and on our website at www.signaturetv.org. So, as I was saying before, finally on today's episode, tips on how to stay healthy. Drink a lot of water. Eat lots of fruits and veggies. Eat more fish, including a portion of oily fish. Cut down on saturated fat and sugar. And finally, please eat less salt. It's not good for your health. At least no more than 6 grams a day for adults. And that's all I can take on today's Internet Watch. My name still remains Joshua Ritogun. And please, always know this. Stay jiggy, of course.
The drama keeps just unfolding. You can see that from the Internet Watch, how the talks were seriously, threatening people. I don't know, like people were even commenting, indeed, if the police have actually kept a blind eye to this. That means there are so many things sinister about this thing. Anyway, moving on, still the signature morning, we have Alphonsus Nwafo, the acting chairman of APC ENUGU State. I don't know if I should put chapter into it, but it's ENUGU State. The acting APC chairman, Alphonsus Nwafo. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay. This recent development, you became the acting chairman of APC party. How has it been and what led to it?
Actually, thank you for having me this morning. The party is a good party, APC ENUGU chapter. Before now, we've been on a good pedestrian. It's been so rosy, things have been so fine. But all of a sudden, the leadership, under the former chairman, Honorable Gochukwu Agbala Barrister, the leadership became a Machiavellistic style of leadership, where anarchy, anything goes on. So we had to endure this for a while. But with that and that actions, APC ENUGU cannot go to any place. I'm citing an example with the just concluded election of 2023, both the Guba election and that of the presidential election. ENUGU APC could not gain a better vote for the presidency and the Guba. The total vote we got for presidential election was 4,772, representing 1.05%. Then how many are we in ENUGU? This is because of the style of leadership, where people are not allowed to air their opinions, where people are not given the opportunity to exercise the constituted authority that they have been made to be. You've been assigned to do a particular thing according to the laws of APC, but some other person will impose people on you. So these are and many more things yet unsaid led to the anger of the state ESCOs, and they had disagreement that they want to make a change on this particular leadership, that they don't want it anymore. Thank you.
Did you see this mantle coming soon? Did you predict Was it something you predicted they're going to be the acting chairman of APC and this soon?
I never predicted that, and I never wished to be that in the first place. But, you know, an injury to one is an injury to all. So I never predicted this time that at a time like this, such a thing will happen. But be that as it may, it has happened. And we have to carry it on to make sure that our dear party APC doesn't die.
Okay,
because
and
as
so
it stands, the ENUGU state is nosediving.
okay, so how has the members of your party been taking this so far?
You know, this development came with the mixed feelings. Of course, you know, people will build up camps of different, depending on the affiliations or the understanding some of them has. It has been a situation where a lot of people think maybe I will belong to this camp or I will belong to the other camp, because a lot of debunking, a lot of wishy-washy statements coming from different angles. So, but that is what politics is all about. It depends on the understanding of the people, what you take it to be, the camp you want to belong to. So people have been taking it so easy. It's not a do or die affair. If you want to belong to this camp, fine, but APC is one in Enugu State. We don't have a camp. So it has been easy with the members of APC in Enugu.
All right. Two questions. One, you emerged in the most controversial manner. It does seem like that particular process did not follow due process, because according to the constitution of the APC, for you for there to have an acting chairman of the APC, you must go through the zonal chairman of the party. Was the zonal party chairman of the APC in the Southeast, you know, contacted? Is he aware of what's going on? Because according to the report that we just have few persons sit around the table and decide to suspend, you know, Ugochukwu Agbala. And even the deputy chairman of your party, former now, he is saying that it's null and void, that there will be a statement pretty soon stating that whatever you people did on Saturday and Sunday is null and void because it didn't follow due process. How do you react to that?
Okay, thank you so much. You know, we all know the law, and we as well, we are much abreast and at home with the constitution of APC. So in that regard, there is no way we could have taken such a step knowing that it is not in tandem with the constitution of APC. So be that as it may, what we did was actually constitutional. And it's a way of them shying away from agreeing or making themselves to believe that what was done was actually not a kangaroo statement that we are making or a kangaroo suspension that we are making. Where you have 14 local government, 17 local government chairmen and 14 have signed against you, putting up a vote of no confidence on you, the secretaries of local governments and the rest of some of the state executives, they came together, they said no. The numbers that signed against this and passed this vote of no confidence has made 2/3 majority of the SEC members of APC in the state. So I wonder where the narration of you need to pass through the zonal, you need to pass through this, you need to pass through this. My brother, we are not dafts. We have the APC constitution in our fingertips. And that reminds me, that brings me back to what the person they said is the legal advisor to Enugu State. I need to put that statement correct. One barrister, Sheina Vincent. He is not the legal advisor for APC Enugu State. The real legal advisor is Barrister Jerry Ene. And these are most of the problems that have made a lot of members of APC to get angry. Therefore, we passed through the due diligence of the constitution of APC to do that because we want this party restored.
Yeah, but according to your constitution, you should follow due process with the zonal chairman of the APC. You haven't mentioned that. Isn't that part of the constitution?
But we did. We said.
So he is aware.
We said.
Okay, because I mean, I witnessed it. The two meetings you had, the publicity secretary currently, Ezanyanwu, stuttered when we asked him if he followed due process with the zonal chairman of the party in the southeast. He clearly did not actually have that connection. He didn't have that go ahead with the zonal chairman.
But I'm now telling you that we did.
Okay. So the next question would be, what led to this particular chaos? What is really going on? I mean, by now, I'm sure that you're supposed to be putting things together, preparing for the next election, which is going to be the local government election that is due on October 5th. Don't you think that this particular issue would destabilize the party even further? You mentioned at the beginning of your conversation today that it was a Machiavellian style of leadership. That is what Ugochukwu Abala, is putting forth. What exactly is the issue, and how are you people putting things together to prepare for the next election?
Okay, a house divided against each other can never stand. In a party of this nature, we have different roles each and every one of the executive must play. And it is the togetherness of these roles that gives what I tend to be victory for anything. And the main reason for political party is to win election. That is the primary objective of a political party, is to win election. If there is any political party that is not determined to win election, such a party doesn't supposed to answer political party. And I think APC ENUGU State should be a party that wants to win election. So, but the style of leadership, like I said before, doesn't signal to us that we are ready for any election. It doesn't signal to us that we are ready for any election. Barrister Ugochukwu Abala once said in a SEC meeting that if he, as a state chairman, doesn't make sure that this APC of Enugu State wins an election in Enugu, that he will resign. By the last election, we failed. He's yet to resign. So, and so many other things, like you just asked, what led to this? The style of leadership is one of the problems. Imposition of people, incessant changes of ward chairman, local government chairman, secretaries, you impose people on them.
Okay.
Allow
Mr.
people to be men, allow people to be their leader.
Mr. Alphonsus, I don't think we can exhaust, or I want to believe we will continue with you tomorrow on this, because we also would like to know, and I believe people also would want to know what you're also doing, steps you're doing to implement to resolve this. Like you rightly said, a house divided against itself can't stand. Thank you so much for your input today. We will still continue on this.
Thank you.
Okay, that was Mr. Alphonsus Nwafo, the acting chairman of APC party, Enugu State. It's been an amazing time that we've had together, spending this moment in Signature Morning on Signature TV. Don't forget to like, share, and follow us on all our social media handles at Signature TV Officials on TikTok, Instagram, and Facebook. And on YouTube, we are at Signature TV. I always want to say, like I said earlier when we started, that kindness is what defines a great soul. I would add, denial doesn't mean freedom. I am Chomalina John.
As we kick things off tomorrow, we will be monitoring issues across the Southeast and across the nation on the planned protests. So if you have pictures, videos, wherever you are, send to us using on our channels, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, and of course Twitter. We would always love to hear from you as always. All right, so stick around. My name is Charles. See you all tomorrow.
Very unfortunately today, most of the ills that brought the military into governance, like tribalism, corruption, indiscriminate killings, and ethnic rivalry, are returning in full force. Has the country learned any lessons from the past?
It is a matter of regret for some of us in politics that from 1999 to now, to date, lessons, important lessons supposed to have been learned are not learned. Democracy, if it's mismanaged, it becomes civilian dictatorship. A faulty democracy, another name for it is civilian dictatorship. Democracy, you either do it properly or you are going to end up with a dictatorship. The separation of the powers has not worked. Judiciary, executive, and the legislature. It has not worked at all up till now. And once it's not working, then there'll be dictatorship somewhere along the way. And this is why the governors in their own states, they became unaccountable, because the state assembly, which is constitutionally to check them, have failed to check them, or they can't check them because of the usual compromise.
Rwanda was made up like this. The people saw it coming. Ethnic, religious warfare. Nobody there to stop it. Chaos finally coming in, dovetailing into anarchy. We saw Bosnia-Herzegovina. We saw the former USSR, United Soviet Socialist Republic. People say, oh no, it can't break up. Today, how many countries came out of USSR? Even Sudan here, less than 4 or 5 years ago, broke up into Southern Sudan and Sudan. Nigeria almost broke up between 1967 and 1970. It took one who has said he was going to carry out a bicycle expedition against the Biafrans from the Nsukka axis. 3 years to know that you can know when a war starts, but you may never know when it will end and the consequences. Little droplets of water build up oceans. You cannot treat eczema, you cannot treat leprosy with the medicine meant for eczema. It will not cure it.
We have seen a continued depletion of the human freedoms and liberties that democracy promised us in 1999. And the quality of leadership in the country has also continued to diminish, leading to the point today where the levels of the things we fought against are beginning to increase. The ethnicity issues, and don't mind the talk about fight of corruption, a lot of that remains. Citizens have not seen a realization of the promises made. Citizens feel cheated by the political leaders.
I don't think we're addressing our issues with the kind of maturity that is required. Yes, there's no question at all that some of the things that are happening are totally undesirable. For example, human life. It is irreplaceable. One human life is one price too expensive to pay.
That politics is about making our community better, not about making myself rich. I don't know whether Nigerian politicians really understand that. It is intolerable to have a country where a few people are very rich and don't know what to do with their money, are buying useless jets and parking them in airports at thousands of naira or dollars every day, while people are dying
of hunger or in dying of preventable disease. The dignity of the human person means wherever, if you live in a country and there are human beings that are living below human dignity, it is a shame on me and on all of us.
For a nation that seeks a respectable place among the community of progressive countries, there must be a resolve to address these challenges.
I think that in another less than 10 years, the political coast is going to be so clear now that sooner than later, politics of ideas will begin to emerge.
Attitude is very, very important. So we must, as a country and as a people, if we want to make progress, change our attitude to politics, government, religion, ethnicity, and business. The other thing is that no country, no race, no ethnic group, whatever, can progress and prosper without some kind of moral or ethical code of conduct.
It will be tragic if we do have an undemocratic system of government come in this country. And I don't know if the country will survive that. My hope is that the political system will be able to function in such a way that the elections will help determine the choice of political leaders. The electoral process has to be able to filter out politicians that are not delivering, and citizens should be able to vote in candidates who represent their aspirations, and those candidates must understand that they need to respond to citizens' expectations.
We, the elite, are the ones creating these issues. The ordinary Nigerian, strangely enough, seems to be wiser than us, seems to be more stable than us. We are provoking them every day. But they have now started to realize the power that they have. Even they realize that some of these problems cannot be solved overnight. They still groan about hunger. They still groan about this thing, but they know, they realize that things are being done and that tomorrow will be better. So democracy, no fear, no problem. It has come to stay.
The important thing is that Nigerians should be united to say enough is enough. We do not want further bloodbath. We do not want further divisiveness. We do not want further ethno-religious crisis. We do not want further elitist conspiratorial collaboration to subdue us, to marginalize us, to repress us, to oppress us. Enough is enough.
If God can take care of Abacha, and if I can put it that way, after the Civil War, Abacha's era was another dark. And if God can see us through that, I believe God will see us through any situation. The process of nation building takes time. And provided we are making progress, democracy is not a destination. It's a journey. Are we on the journey? If we are, there will be ups and downs.
On June 6, 2018, President Muhammadu Buhari recognized June 12 as Democracy Day and bestowed the country's highest honor on the presumed winner of the June 12, 1993 elections.
Today, I am very happy to be present and to preside over the commemoration and investiture marking the formal official federal government recognition of June 12 as National Democracy Day.
Was that an admission that the military had wronged the Nigerian nation and there was a need for restitution? Was President Muhammadu Buhari opening a new chapter in our conscientious pursuit of the ideals of democratic governance? No matter the signals that the old symptoms that undermined Nigeria's democracy are becoming evident again, the patriotic commitment of Nigerians to democracy and good governance may hold the assurance that Nigeria will surely become Africa's poster nation of democracy, stability, and all-inclusive development, if only we learn from the mistakes of the past.
Hello and good evening. Welcome to Uncommon Conversations on Signature Television. Well, of course, we are reaching you from our Cool City studios in ENUGU. ENUGU proudly is still the capital of Southeast Nigeria. This evening, we will be interrogating a very, very familiar topic, just a conversation around citizen journalism and professional journalism. As a young man growing up, I looked forward to working on radio, on television, and writing for the newspapers. And so I had to take a degree, a second degree and a PhD in mass communication, just to prepare myself to be a professional journalist. And many of my colleagues have also done that. And those who didn't go to a formal university went to something like Times Training Institutes, the NTA stations, and the like. Some even did correspondence courses to qualify as one. Suddenly, there is a burst of technology, social media, and all that. And there emerged citizens journalists. Everybody from the comfort of their homes, once they have a smartphone, they qualify as journalists. And that's what the people call citizen journalists. And so the media space is awash with all manner of stories, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And that's why this evening we're going to have a bold look at our profession. The pen that is mightier than the sword. I don't know whether the pen is still valuable, or is it now the phone? And so to have this conversation with me, which of course is uncommon, is no other person than the landlord of journalists in ENUGU. He's a comrade and is the chairman of the ENUG, ENUGU State. Comrade Sam Udekwe. Chairman, good evening.
Thank you, thank you.
Welcome to Signature Television.
All right, thank you.
This is your first?
Yeah, of course. I'm appending my signature today.
Okay, it will be your last. This is the first of many such visits.
Yeah, thank you.
Because you are our boss. Of course, you listen to my background story. Citizen journalists and professional journalists. I'm one, you are one. And so, how do you make a distinction between the citizen journalists and the professional journalists?
All right, thank you. It's as clear as their names sound. The sound of their names is, this is citizen journalist, this is professional journalist. Well, first of all, you are a professional. Okay. Yes, when we talk, that very qualifier citizen means that as a citizen you have some rights, and nobody is inalienable. Nobody stops you along the path of your rights, except is outside the ambit of the law. And part of these rights is the right to speak, right to pass information, right to do whatever. As a citizen, you have all these rights. So, citizen journalist means that as a person with these rights, you can send information, you let people know what and what are happening around you as a citizen. And today is done courtesy of the technology that the technological evolution and revolution that we are passing through today. You have phone, you have all manner of gadgets, and you can do whatever that happens around you. The next second, split of second, is in America via your passage of information. So that's when we are talking about citizen journalists. Then professional journalists, the one you know, conventionally, people who are in the practice, formally engaged to do certain work of, information dissemination, especially, especially using the mass media. So then you are a professional journalist. It does not stop there. In the past, when professionals were yet to be churned out in the society, people with rare talents in storytelling, but must be brilliant naturally, were engaged in this practice of information dissemination via mass media. All these people that fall within that class were the journalists. They did not necessarily pass through the training, the academic training as journalists as we have today. So these, but formally engaged in it, this is their trade. Then they were these professional journalists. But today, as via educational evolution, today courses have been split out for people to undertake in formal university and other institutions of higher learning. And in this training, they are taught how these things are done formally, more than what used to be just raw talent of human beings that could do certain things. But this time around, from the talent, you are trained to become a journalist. Then you are a professional journalist. So from what I have explained, in the past, professional journalists were not necessarily those who passed through the academic training in that area of trade, that is journalism. Today, in schools, journalism is learned. Mass communication, journalism, trade, all related courses in that area of mass media practice. So today.
Yeah. Okay, I have a challenge. In the course of Call of Duty, you come across men and women who are good writers, who are good essayists. And so, because they can type, they can write, they can speak, they qualify as, they pass themselves around as journalists, information peddlers. My challenge is, if you go back to your village today, Sam, you will find a man, a pattern medicine dealer, who can mix, even during the time of COVID, they will mix all manner of drugs, and if you have malaria, it can be cured. Sometimes they undertake very small, little, minor surgeries in the village. They call them, the people call them doctors. But would those people at any point in time qualify to be pharmacists or doctors? Because they have the capacity to dispense that services. And if the answer is no, then because you can write, you can pass information. Does that make one a journalist?
No. From my explanation, you can understand that journalism does not end at writing or ability to pass information. It means more than that.
So beyond the academic qualifications, so to speak, and training, what actually qualifies one
to be a journalist?
At least in your own constituency where you are the boss.
Yes.
So what qualifies one to be a journalist?
Today, by the specification of our constitution, for one to become a member of ENUGU, and those that are members of ENUGU are these journalists. For you to be qualified, you must at least attain academic qualification of HND or BSc, yeah, first degree, HND or first degree in mass communication, or any of the related courses as any of these unbundled units.
Yes, okay.
The units of unbundled mass communication.
Yes. Advertising.
Yes.
Creative writing, film, and all that.
Yes, those units of unbundled mass communication. If you have at least HND or BSc at least, you can be, in addition to practicing, in addition to being engaged in a mass medium where you do this job. One thing about journalism is not that, it's not just read. If you read mass communication today,
and they go and
sit down, you are not a journalist. If you read all these courses and up to today you have not been engaged in the practice, you are not doing the do, you are not a journalist. That is what is different there. Further, the Constitution specifies that if you read other courses other than
like English
or these other courses,
like arts, like political science,
whatever it is, but you have been in the practice of mass communication, in the practice of journalism in a recognized media organization for at least 10 years, then you are required to obtain at least national diploma in mass communication or any of these courses.
Okay.
So if you add national diploma in these courses to your area of profession, your academic profession, and practice in a recognized media organization, you are qualified to be a member of ENUGU.
Okay.
Sorry, an addition is also,
yes,
if you read another course that is not mass communication or journalism, you can also go ahead to do your postgraduate diploma in mass communication. And for you to do that, it must be, you cannot read biochemistry and you want to do PhD in mass communication, and you'll be offered. So it must be something.
Okay, the subject combination.
These courses that are related to that can offer you PhD program in mass communication or any of these courses. When you do it, you are qualified to be a member.
Okay, whether you're qualified or whether professional journalist or what you call a citizen journalist, the issue is that information gets across to those who desire it, who deserve to have it. And I learned in the university that what you call gatekeeping, the gatekeeping theory.
Yeah.
That's number one. And then the agenda setting of the mass media. Would mean I'm a reporter here, and I've covered the story. So I sent that same story to the head office for publication, maybe in a newspaper, or to file in the television house like this. There's an editor who will be like a bridge to ensure that what you are sending is not offensive, so to speak, is within the ethics and norms of professionalism. Okay?
Yeah, of course.
That's what you do not find in those who now call themselves citizen journalists. Whatever they see, whatever they can type, they push it to the public, not minding whether it's going to cause some embarrassment, some disruptions. So the gatekeeping theory is not there, how will you, as chairman, react to that?
Well, these citizen journalists, so to say, we call them journalists because just to identify the kind of thing they do, they are doing some things like the journalists. They are citizens who have the right to tell stories. But it's not as if it's a genre, is a type of journalism. No, it isn't. They use journalists or journalism to identify the kind of thing they do. They are doing those things that pertain to
information dissemination.
So they are called citizen journalists. So they are not practicing journalism. They are sending. It is a glorified talk your own set of people. So what it is in journalism, just as you pointed out, for it to be real practice of journalism, there must be gatekeeping. You don't just go and do whatever and you call it journalism. It is not passing through the process of journalism. The reporter has to do his own by gathering the information, doing the story, but it does not end there. You pass it to the next level where the editor will gatekeep it. If a story is well gatekept, then you see the sieved story that has that professional touch. That is when you begin to talk about journalism practice. Why it is gatekept is that, like our people say, that snake just only one person saw could become a python. So let another person see it, and let it be regulated within the ambit of the law. The professional ethics, the do's and don'ts, so all these things must be considered for it to be a real journalistic piece. That is why that gatekeeping is there. But these ones we are talking about, that we add journalism, citizen journalism, is when somebody wants to, because of the availability of these technologies, you can send, just like somebody is sending SMS, then you have seen somebody around, you capture it, you put it on air, online, and people begin to see it. Yeah, and you ask the question, what to do about it, what we are doing about it. Yes, we have been able to sensitize people to know the A from the B, that the ones that are from our people, the journalists. And that's why we are not relenting. It's not as if we are going to join the bandwagon of social media activities by doing whatever. So because you are a journalist, and these technologies are also available to you, so you can you do well to make use of these technologies using the professional process of doing dissemination of information. And that's why today we have online journalists. That's why we have a chapel added by this constitution, the current constitution that came in force in 2022, January 2023 to be precise, was signed. Today, online practitioners that are journalists are members of ENUGU.
Okay.
We have corporate online chapel. It's corporate because the media house that must be accepted as an online member of ENUGU must be corporate. It must be registered, for proper identification, and the people working therefrom must be people who are qualified to be journalists. Okay. And we have them today. Before then, it used to be the specification of the constitution was those working in mass media like radio and television, the newspapers. So these were the people called, and those who are working in information departments and the state and the federal establishments. But today, online is there, and we want to own it. Because when it is about information dissemination, it should be journalism. It should pass through the process of mass media practice. You understand?
Yes, I do.
That it be not left in the hands of people who do not know the meaning of what they have done. You understand? You do something, you don't know the theory behind it. You understand? That's why that the difference between the professionals and intruders. So you know the theory behind whatever you have done as a professional.
Okay, Chairman and comrade, citizen journalists have proven once, twice, 3 times, and many counting to be useful in certain information dissemination. Journalists cannot be everywhere. And you could find one in a remote area witnessing an event who then either films it, uploads it, and the professional journalists can pick from it and develop further into a powerful story. So that means the citizen journalist is important. In your view, how important are they?
Yes, nothing is entirely useless. When we are talking about the economic importance of anything, we also talk about those negative aspects of those things, because people also earn certain advantages from that negative effect of what one has done. So, but in citizen journalism, much as they do it indiscriminately, you can sieve out certain things that are very useful. Just as you have said, if a story, not well modified is sent by a citizen journalist, as we call them, and you run into that story, it's a message, it's an information. You were not there when it happened.
You can elicit further investigation.
Yes, so it behoves you to look at it very well. You investigate. Today we have certain applications we use to find out the veracity of any story.
Fact checking.
Fact checking, you understand. So as a trained journalist, you also know this. For you to start using the raw thing you saw on online, you have to use this mechanism to find out whether. So it is useful. The practice of these citizen journalists is also useful, but it is good that people are careful about it. Even the innocent audiences that run into these stories are also sensitized. We tell them, if you see a story that is not from a verified source, you look at it 2 times before you start peddling it. But you see, all negative stories are very attractive. When they see that thing that is negative, so this is happening, they are fast at peddling it as rumors, and sometimes because it is coming through a gadget like this, from somewhere, it is something that it looks very corporate to use phone. You understand? Say, we saw it online. This is true now online, But if you sensitize them that not everything that you see online is true, they have to be more careful in consuming those things, that they do not swallow everything hook, line, and sinker.
Has it occurred to you, comrade, that these citizen journalists have unconsciously taken over the agenda setting for the real journalists? I'll give you an example. If you watch most of the television stations, virtually everyone have what they call trending stories. Trending stories. And these are happenings in different parts that ordinarily the traditional media may not capture. And so when these journalists upload that, it can become a point of conversation in the traditional media.
Yes.
And when it becomes a subject of conversation, that means an agenda has been set. To that extent, how can the professional journalist marry the citizen journalist for a more effective information dissemination?
Yes.
How do we cooperate? How do we marry them?
Yes, we marry, these practitioners not in a formal way, because you can't bring non-journalists into association with what we are doing. What you do is, as a journalist, you have the news for the news. You also have the news for good stories from these citizen journalists. You have the news for it. You use it. You use what they do to improve what you are also doing. Even without, even before the era of this citizen journalism, we also used to get materials for our stories, for our practice, from citizens.
We call them sources.
Yeah, sources, you understand? So the same way, we use these citizen journalists to gather stories, gather ideas, facts, certain things that we use, to generate even journalistic piece. You understand? So, certain things you hear from these people, you can use it, peg on it, and you start doing some journalistic work. So we incorporate them not formally. The only way we have done formal thing using the technologies of today is by ensuring that we use these available technologies. Journalists operate these things and they are known as journalists. It is very important to also recognize the advantage accruing from the activities of the citizen journalists. If you want, if you must improve today, because certain times you see when a horrible event happened and somebody just captured that scene, where maybe a madam, a mother is maltreating a house help, and somebody will capture it and throw it into the online, and you run into it. You have to investigate and know because what is true, you always know it. Something that was captured raw and you saw it, you begin to use it. We use such things.
Of course.
Yeah, so it's useful also.
Several child molestation, domestic molestation, child abuse have all been actually uploaded by citizen journalists.
Of course.
Now, I'm going to ask you a question. Do you think that citizen journalists pose a threat to professional journalists?